Yeah.
Okay, I don't think. Are you going to use the projector at all? Okay, then I'll turn that off.
I was going to, but my work says different, so I just can't. So they're doing a panel next door or what?
Well, next door is Clyde Barker
Gotcha.
in that room, and it's kind of like a art gallery almost, and he's selling some of the paintings and stuff that he's done, or at least prints of them. And then on the other side of that is the panel room, and they've got, I think, 3 of these size rooms blocked off. It takes about a little over 300 people, and they're doing a screen panel. That starts at 1. They're going to start lining them up at 12.
Okay. Cool.
Because it's expected to be full.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Well, when you've got as many cast members as you do, including the director,
Yep.
you run into a lot.
Yep.
So,
Sure do. Which
So.
is to be expected. So,
yep, so
that's for sure.
most of the seminars yesterday had some people in them. So
Yeah, yesterday was pretty packed.
yeah, and they sold more tickets for today they did Friday.
Really?
Yeah, so the floor is open from 11 to 5 today.
Nice. Pretty cool. Yeah, like I was telling them, if I'm in here, people show up, people show up.
So
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I knew it was so busy yesterday. It
was crazy.
Yep.
You know, one of the reasons I like working this area down here is you're not in the crowd upstairs. You know.
Yeah. Like I looked yesterday, I didn't even go in upstairs. It was so packed. I was like, I'm not finding people. So, but it was. But then I show up this morning, and there's lines outside already. So it's like,
Oh yeah, it's expected to be busy, but you know, right now with all the tickets sold, I think they're claiming the biggest in the country for horror conventions.
I believe it. Yeah, yeah, which is good.
Yeah. Well, it's not something you think of in Lexington, Kentucky. You know, we're a basketball town, not
right. Not a horror con. Yeah.
This is, I guess, year 16 for the Scarefest. So.
Yeah. I think I've been a speaker at 7 or 8 of them now, something like that.
I knew you did it a few, so.
Yeah.
But it's been that many. It's always been that many.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started back whenever Patty
Starr.
Kirkland. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, she and her husband put the first one together, and they sold it to Brandon and Nicole, and it's like 2018 or 19, something like that. It was right before COVID.
Yeah.
And so they had a couple of years of learning curve, but they seem to have mastered the.
Yeah. Something's going right, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, and they're going to have more space next year because there's a lower level. There are a bunch of ballrooms down there. They're going to open those up. And then there's on the other side of this hall across the spine area there's a bunch of rooms and stuff in there they're going to use next year as well. Because there's a Comic-Con here in the spring. Yeah. And it uses all that space as well. So, but the Comic-Con historically has had higher attendance. Yeah, I mean, I can remember there were, pardon?
I came to it one time.
Yeah.
Something back in 2018,
17,
17, something like that.
It might have been at the old building then.
It was.
Yeah.
Well, they just announced Shatner
Yeah.
last night, so he'll be a big
For
one.
the Comic-Con?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's going to be the draw.
He's well, I don't know, because he's also in his 90s.
The year we were here,
Yeah.
we came, it was Chuck Norris was
Chuck
here.
Norris was here.
You know, and the thing is, Chuck Norris didn't have the biggest lines.
Yeah.
There was a guy named Matthew Mercer, and he does voice acting for Japanese or anime, that stuff. And then he also plays Dungeons and Dragons online. He and some other voice actors is called Critical Role. And millions upon millions of people watch him do that. So it's like 9 o'clock on a Friday night or Thursday night or whatever for 4 hours, and people love it. And I moderated that panel, and we didn't really know much about him. I mean, I played that game some, but I had no clue how big he was. And they filled the room with 250 people, and they turned more than that away because there weren't any seats. So it was something.
Wow.
But
Yeah, we came to see all the wrestlers.
Yeah, a bunch of wrestlers.
Yeah. The Comic-Con usually gets a few. Wrestlers do pretty well.
I had quite a few that year that we was here.
Yeah, that's when they had.
You had
Ric
Lita
Flair.
and Trish.
Well, Sting's done the show a couple of times, but his son played football here in Lexington at UK for a while. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, last year, maybe 2 years ago, they had Rick Steamboat and Lex Luger and Arn Anderson and
Wow.
several of them. Jerry Lawler was here one year.
Flair,
Yeah.
Over two.
Rey Mysterio.
They had Kevin Nash.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nash.
Well, this
Nash
We
was
met
at Scarefest
Nash
one
at
year.
Scarefest.
yeah, because I did a Q&A panel with him too. He's
Yep.
a big boy.
Oh,
I mean, I'm pretty tall, but he's-
I know, it was
Yeah.
funny, because I have a thing, I have to stand up beside
Yeah.
him and see how tall I am.
Yeah,
And, I said, look, I don't want a picture, I don't want an autograph, I just need you to stand up, because I want to see how tall you are. He goes, I'm getting too old to be getting up and down, these knees can't take it. I said, oh, he can't be that old. I didn't realize he was that old.
Yeah.
His
yeah.
age.
He played basketball at Tennessee back in the 80s, and he went on to he played pro in Europe, and then he blew out one of his knees and turned to wrestling. And he's had his knees replaced.
Yeah,
Because I remember seeing on his Twitter, X feed, whatever he used a couple of years ago, he showed the scars and all that. So
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
super nice guy too.
yeah, he seemed pretty nice.
I wanted to come whenever it was him and Scott Hall one year. I forget when it was. Maybe it
Yeah,
was
I don't remember Scott Hall.
It was Comic-Con.
Maybe it was Still City or something. They
That
was
was
at.
still City.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, because I don't think Scott Hall ever made it to.
I wanted to check that one out, but I never got a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Arn Anderson was pretty cool.
Was he?
Yeah, and
Always
he had
liked
the world television title belt
Yeah.
there. You could take
Yeah.
a picture with it, so I did that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they used to get a guy named Jim Cornette. He was a manager.
Oh,
He lives in Louisville.
Yeah, he was at Scarefest several
Yeah.
times.
But yeah, he was. The problem is he's kind of a nut job.
There's a little out there.
I mean, really super neurotic.
Yep.
And you say the wrong thing and he'll go off on you, and it doesn't take much. Because
Yeah, I remember him.
my brother just bought a video or whatever. He dropped about $50, and politics came up because
Mhm.
Cornette hates Trump. He absolutely hates him. And my brother, he was talking about how he voted, and my brother just said, we'll have to agree to disagree. Very polite, very nice about it. He said, I can't deal with you. You need to leave. My brother just giving him money.
Really?
Yeah, and he ran us off. So, but I don't think Cornette does any public appearances anymore. He pretty much holds up at his Castle Cornette or whatever he calls it, and does his podcast and
Yep.
bitches
Well,
on.
Place for it, probably.
What was those? Dark Side of the Ring? You ever watch those?
Yeah, I've seen him,
Yeah. That is pretty interesting. That's for sure.
but he knows wrestling.
Yeah.
Nobody knows wrestling like he does.
Yeah.
Because he gets into like the minutia, like ticket sales from 1958 St. Louis,
Yeah.
on January 3rd or whatever. I mean,
Right.
he's into that stuff.
It's amazing. They can even comprehend certain things anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, and then what was the other one?
Jimmy Hart.
Yeah, Mouth of the South.
Yep.
We
Yeah,
got Dusty Rhodes.
yeah, we're gonna meet Dusty Rhodes once before he passed.
Yeah. That was one I wanted to meet and never did. I was a big fan of Dusty.
Yep.
And I still like watching his promos.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
we actually
good
got to
stuff.
meet him.
Yep.
He's just fun to watch
Yeah.
because he was so good at it,
And he was back when they would use razor blades to cut their heads.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can see his forehead.
Oh,
you
it was
know,
terrible.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can see it when you got up close to him.
he wasn't afraid of the juice.
Dude. Yeah, he kissed Amber on her forehead when she was little. So that was
And
really
none of us
cool.
got a picture of it.
Well, I met his son, Dustin Rhodes. He was here a couple of years ago. And I wish they'd get Cody, but Cody's
Yeah.
kind of a superstar right now.
Yeah, I was
So.
gonna say he's pretty hot right now. So we was just talking about Cody this morning because one of our
Yeah.
friends' kid dressed up as Cody for
Rhodes
Halloween. So it's like that's
Did you wear a suit?
yeah,
Oh, yeah, had the little suit on.
yeah, he
had
had the
little
suit and
belt.
everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, when Cody, I watched the WrestleMania last year when he won the title, and I was watching the match, and then he did thing that his dad did, and I thought, okay, that's good. I like
Yeah,
it.
right.
So.
Yep.
Well, the stuff I started watching when I was a kid was the stuff out of Memphis, which is what they'd show around here and in Louisville and that stuff with Jerry Lawler and all those guys. Well, Jimmy Hart started there and Jim Cornette both.
Yep.
But a lot of the guys who became super big floated through there one time or another. Randy Savage. And
Yeah, I was gonna say Savage and
Scott Hall went through there.
Yep. Yeah, it was the good stuff.
Ric Flair went through there.
Did the Andersons? All the Andersons?
I don't know. I don't think so.
They was like AE something or
So because a lot of them started in Minnesota too, and then eventually went to either Atlanta or North Carolina, which eventually kind of became one and the same. But
yeah, it's pretty cool.
yeah, but usually, and there were a lot of them in Minnesota that either went south or they went to the WWE or WWF is what it was.
WWF. WWF.
And now the McMahons are not in it at all, really.
Yep.
But I don't know, all the horror stories about Vince, it was probably time for him to go. He didn't really fit in the world today.
Yeah. Yep. I heard he wasn't doing real well, so I don't know if it's true. But
Well, he's in his 70s, and he probably quit taking steroids, so because he probably did as many as any of those wrestlers did.
I'd say you're right.
Yep.
Yep, the click back then. Huh. It's crazy.
So we're doing a wrestling panel instead of a.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Reminisce.
I got to do a Q&A last year, maybe it was the year before at the Comic-Con with Rock and Roll Express and Mark Henry, which was pretty cool.
Oh, man.
That is cool.
Mark Henry's still a big guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's not the lifter that he once was.
See, I used to live close to the town that he's from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it was funny too because he was up there sitting and said, "Yeah, I used to love watching the Rock and Roll Express when I was a kid," and they were both like, "Wow," they were pleased by it. But they spent a lot of time down in the Louisiana territory, the Mid-South. So, cause actually, they started feuding with Jim Cornette and the Midnight Express down there.
It was Marty Jannetty and.
Well, no, this was. Damn it, I can't think of their names. I see their faces. But you're thinking of the Midnight Rockers. That was Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty.
Yeah.
It was Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're both nice guys. So I still get a kick out of hearing stories about riots and stuff,
Yeah, we've seen
where people would legitimately riot at the wrestling matches because they completely bought into everything. I mean, and there wasn't anything else to do really. But I'd heard a story once where one guy was jumping over the rail. He had his baby under one arm. He was going in to rescue Ricky Morton because Ricky Morton was like laying on the mat, reaching out like, help me, that kind of stuff. And they're like, oh God.
Yeah. This is what do.
But I've heard, guys getting like stabbed in the chest and just, everything else. And I'd heard Cornette once talk about, because he would carry the box office receipts in his car and he'd have like 30, 40 grand in there. He carried a gun and everyone like, you carry a gun? It's like, yeah, damn right I do. Yeah. And he said, you spend, every weekend for an hour telling people they're idiots and morons and, aren't smart enough to walk, they're eventually going to get annoyed with you.
Yep.
But he said that the Rock and Roll Express saved him once because they were out in the parking lot. A bunch of guys who'd had enough of it were coming over to have a talk with him. And the Rock and Roll Express just sort of pulled in and they were the good guys. So everyone's like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And that allowed the Midnight Express to get out of there.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, we've seen him up in Shenson.
Well, I watched a thing on Marty Jannetty and they talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope he was.
Well,
he kind of got left by the wayside.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He kind of
Got shoved away and.
And then Michaels turned into a megastar.
Yep. It's crazy.
Although he didn't really fit the mold for a lot of the WWE guys because they all look like superheroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, he said one time him and Shawn Michaels got into a fight and they were in a hotel and looked through the window.
Well, they'd get drunk and
Yeah.
everything else and they just start brawling.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're good at.
Well, and that was it. And Michaels got out of his robe and was drinking and Marty didn't.
And they'd tear up every hotel room they went to.
And end up with a port in every storm. They had a girl in every city. And
Yeah.
I think Ricky Morton's got like 7 or 8 kids by multiple mothers.
Yeah. Crazy.
Pays out a lot of child support.
Yeah.
But, you know, some of them still wrestling. They're wrestling. They're in their late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, we seen the guys you was talking about. Yeah. We seen them 5, 6 years ago, still wrestling. I'm like, I don't know how they do it. Getting body slammed and everything still.
It's knowing how to work it and knowing how to land, you know.
Yeah, good at what they do.
You know, but there are a lot of musicians like that, you know, that they're 40 years old. They can't tour anymore because they burned out completely. And then you got some of them that, you know, it's nothing.
Yep.
Willie Nelson.
AC/DC guy.
Yeah.
Ag, whatever his name is.
Yeah. Because we saw Willie Nelson up in Cincinnati a few weeks ago. And,
Really?
you know, yeah, I mean, the guy, I mean, he struggles to breathe, but he's still singing along. Now it's more talking than singing a lot of times. But, you know, he did well, it was with 3 or 4 other acts, but he still did a full set with like 16 songs. So
Amazing.
And he's 91 or 2 or whatever it is.
Something like that, yeah.
He doesn't smoke weed anymore though, because his lungs just can't handle the work.
Yeah. Kept him going.
Yep.
That's for sure. Good old Willie.
Really.
Good old Willie.
So what's Glider?
You all know what Glider is?
Sure.
Glider is this little guy.
Okay.
So back in 2011-ish, started working at Trans Allegheny. At that time, long story short, I was a paranormal guide / manager / whatever they needed. A lot of times, if you haven't been to Trans Allegheny, it's an older facility. Whenever I would go down through the halls and stuff, as I was going, I would keep hearing footsteps or different noises behind me and things like that. One night, a gentleman come in, didn't know who he was, didn't have a clue. He was just another person to me in the crowd that was investigating.
Right.
Went down through, and he says, if you don't mind, he says, I'm going to follow you around on the first floor tonight. He says, I don't care what you do, as long as you keep up with me, we're good. Because I have to check on groups and stuff. And as we're going down through, I kept noticing that he would stop at different doors, different areas, and I would hear him talking. I just, at that time, just let it go. Because paranormal was big at this time into the TV and things. So as I'm going down to the end of the night, he comes up to me and he says, if you got a moment, he says, I'd like to speak to you. It's fine. He says, as you probably noticed, as you're going down through, he says, I stop at each door and does that, blah, blah. He says, as I'm going down through, he says, I can hear in the woods glide. I was like, okay, cool. You know? He says, I can sense that you're being, I don't want to say picked on, but there's certain things that's bugging you as you're doing your stuff. That kind of triggered me because I'm like, how does he even realize? Because I didn't tell a lot of people about certain things that happens. So he's picking up on what's happening. And he says, so whenever you go down through, he says, my recommendation to you, he says, whenever you go down through here, and as much as you work here and are in here, he says, next time things happen, he says, just stop. He says, just have a conversation with them. He says, because they're intimidated by you. He says, here's the theory. He says, your chair is low to the ground. It's got a low back on it. The wheelchairs in this facility have the old wooden chairs with the higher seats, the higher backrests on it. So they're curious of what you are. I'm like, okay, that's weird, you know, because this time I was a little more focused on doing the job, making sure people were happy, things like that.
You're as much an entertainer and guide.
Right. Yep. So, but what he said made sense, and you know, it's the first time I've ever really dealt with a not psychic or anything like that, that was telling me information. So a couple weeks passed, I'm going back down through to check on groups in this one ward 4, as I'm going down. It always gets me. Every time I would go down through, I would hear the footsteps coming by me. I would get these feelings of just like something was on me all the time. Go down through, this starts, and I thought, well, tonight's the night that we're going to have our conversation. So there's a day room off to the side, so I just go in that day room. If anyone was coming up and down that hall, they probably thought I was crazy as a bed bug, you know. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, you know, I said, this is the, I got distracted, sorry. Somebody with a shirt on. He said, or I said, this is the night we're going to have a conversation. So come over. I said, I'm no different than you. If you're in my situation, I said, I'm no different than you. The only thing is that my chair's lower. I said, you might see me as gliding across the floor. I said, but, you know, there's probably a lot of things that we can relate on. I said, I could probably tell you information that you might need to make you feel better about whatever's going on in your life, you know. I just had that conversation for probably 15 minutes, something like that, just sat and talked and talked and talked and talked. And as I'm leaving out, everything just kind of lifted up. Didn't have those feelings. Next couple of weeks, I'd go down through, nothing would happen. It was so weird because at the end of that hallway, there's a door that people would always go in to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
They would always get activity in that room. I would go inside this room and things would happen whenever I would ask things to happen. Can you move the ball? Can you turn this light on? Can you turn the blue light on, red light
Right.
on, blah, blah, blah. It was starting to happen more often whenever I would ask that.
Right.
So the guides would come and get me and stuff like that just to get activity going in those areas. It was neat because it seemed like that I could use myself as a trigger object to get things that happen to certain situations that relate to me
Mm-hmm.
or relate to them. So that was kind of cool, you know? So Glider came about because one night I was sitting there and just thought of something, and it drew out this little ghost, and I put little wheels on him, a little footrest on the bottom of the chair, you know, and I put Glider across him. Didn't think about anything, stuck it on his shirt. And I was going to surprise the guys whenever I come to work. And then on it, I put, it's how I roll, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I done that and stuck it on. And I went over and we was going to open up for an investigation that night. I put the shirt on. I rolled up in there and the guys was like, that's really cool. I like that. That's neat, you know. So then the guests would come in and they would be like, like that ghost, that's pretty neat. Where do you get that ghost at? I said, great, that ghost. At this time, I didn't think about anything about it. So I started doing investigations on my off weekends at different locations.
Right.
Hillview Manor was one of them. Old South Pittsburgh Hospital in Tennessee is another one. So in Hillview, there used to be a nurse's station that you could go up, and they had Post-it notes all over the thing, you know. So I drew out my little ghost, stuck it on there. But it's how I rolled. Glider was here, you know. So, and then just different locations in the dust would draw a little ghost. The next thing I knew, a couple months later after this, people was coming in, they're like, I've seen a little ghost somewhere. I'm like, but nobody probably drew it everywhere, you know. So I got thinking about that a little bit, and some of my friends are like, you probably should do something with that ghost before somebody takes that ghost, because paranormal was really hot then. So I copyrighted the ghost and I use it as a reference that anyone in my situation, your situation, can do anything that's they set their mind to, you know. It's more of a motivational thing, but just lo and behold that my situation was in paranormal. So I kind of took that and just go with it, you know. So it kind of works out well. But that's pretty much what Glider is, and then of course just the nickname of myself. So
Have you merchandised it out much, or?
I tried. I did whenever, what, it was years ago. I haven't done it in years, but they used to have a bunch of shirts with glider on the front of it and
Yeah,
stuff. But, yep. But then it just got to the point to where I'm like, I'm not out to profit from it. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
just more of I don't really know how to describe besides the motivational stuff and paranormal
Yeah.
stuff. But I still do certain things with it,
Yeah.
but just not like I used to.
Yeah.
You know, like I was sitting here, I love these. What was the last few years Scarefest been doing these cards?
Mhm. Oh yeah, the trading cards.
Yeah, I want to approach. I'm not sure who to approach with that yet, but I want to take and ask them about putting the glider logo on one of their cards and
That'd
set
be cool.
it out. So that would be cool for people to
Yeah.
get it, you know. And
They can
just-
only get it if they come to this panel.
but it would be cool to incorporate because most of it's just the logo itself. I haven't done anything with it. I haven't cartooned it or anything like that because every time that I try to think of doing it, so it's like 3D model of it. It's like I have a 3D printer. I thought about printing, but it's so hard with the eyes and everything to
Yeah.
incorporate it. So I'm like, maybe just 3D it, you know. But I've also thought many a times about children's books, incorporating it into
Yeah.
children's books where somebody in our situation, somebody's family member, you never know.
Yeah.
You know? It could be a story of life. So, but then everyone's always like, oh, you need to write a book. I hear it every time. You need to write a book. You need to write a book. I don't like writing. I don't like putting stuff together. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Well, that maybe would you work with somebody else who is,
yeah,
you know, and you could sit down and kind of plot it out, and then they can write it. So
yeah. That's the idea. But it's just, yeah, it's just having time. It's so hard to find time to do stuff.
I know that.
It's so work 40 hours a week. And it's like,
Oh yeah, I took 2 days off to work the convention, so
Mhm.
and I come in here and put in 40 hours in 2 days or 3
yeah,
days. And,
right. Yep. I took Friday off and I took Monday off just to rest back up before, because I work for, well, like, for the state and stuff. So it's
Yeah.
like my time is so packed. Right. It's like just finding time to do stuff. It's hard.
I get it.
Yep.
And
It's tough.
well, I took Thursday and Friday off, and I came in over here Thursday morning, work all day, helping vendors get checked in. Did that on Friday about halfway through the day. Morning, I'm helping get vendors in. Afternoon, I'm down here
Yeah.
working these areas.
Yeah.
So I get it. I get it. And I'm not off tomorrow. I'll go back and hit it again. But
Yeah, makes it a rough weekend for sure.
now Comic-Con, when I work that one, I actually take Monday off because, you know, normally we stay in one of the hotels here in town because I live in Harrodsburg down the road. And it's about 45 minutes away, and it's just easier to stay here since I'm running such long hours sometimes. And but last night I didn't even go to the VIP party.
Yeah,
I could have gone, but I was, 10 o'clock was there, and I was like, God, I got to go to bed.
yeah, for sure. But then it's just, I mean, like, I do a lot of speaking about locations, things like that. This was what I was going to do, like a 101 class type situation of equipment, things like that. You still got your equipment? Cool. Like a lot of the things, like I was in a panel yesterday and they was talking about certain equipment and things like that to use. I'm kind of the same way as some of these other guys that speak of panels. Some of them are like one of the coolest things that I've ever seen so far. I've seen it in Gettysburg this year. I've never seen it before. It's the first one that the gentleman told me he's ever created. So it was really cool for me to see. It was I don't even know if I should talk about it in a way. It was a Ouija board, except it was set up as sensed. Like each letter was a sensor. So instead of actually touching the boards, doing this or that, if there was a presence there, they would just spell out.
Kind of like Stranger Things.
Yep. So it's like, that was really cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen something like that because I'm old school. So it's like, you give me some authentic, one of the coolest things is a bell. Like that class bell.
Mhm.
Bing. Yeah, it's cool. If it happens, how do you explain that? You know? So, these people lined up pretty good for that panel out there. So,
Well, the panel, well, it could be one of two things. Clyde Barker, he's got pretty strict rules because he's 70, he looks frail. He's wearing a mask. If you go in there, you have to wear a mask. And he's not in there the whole time because he gets tired real easy. But then the other one with the screen panel, with all the people they've got for that, I don't doubt it because it'll probably fill up pretty quick.
So have you done any investigating lately? Like on your own for your own?
I got some stuff coming up that I have to do an investigation for. I have to do 4 or 5 different investigations, which is for next year. But I have to do a range of investigations between now and next year. I have to get all my evidence and things like that. I mean, I can't really talk a lot about it yet.
Right.
But in the past, I think I went to St. Albans. Because lots of locations I've been to investigate, but I don't know that I've, since Gettysburg, I don't think I've been on any recently. I mean, it's just everything's taken up so much time.
Right.
Now I have to find time on weekends to do these investigations in places, and it's rough, So, I mean, most people do it. I mean, I love to do it. It's fun. I love investigating, but it's hard to, I don't even know how to explain this. Like sometimes I become a guest investigator at locations. That's fun. I love investigating with people, but there's also that time that I love to go investigate myself or be more serious.
Yeah, that's what I was asking if you.
It's hard. It's hard to time stuff out, but like I want to go back to a few of the, like up from where I'm from, there's a few tunnels up in there. They're cool for pictures and stuff. I've caught evidence in those, but with winter coming up right now, I don't like cold weather that well either.
Right.
So I'm like, find a place.
As I've gotten older, the cold weather's harder on the joints.
Yes, it is. 100%. I'm like, I just want to go to work, come home and stay.
There was a haunted house around here. There's a neighboring town called Versailles. And when I was in high school, there was a ag teacher. He owned a farm, and he had a ghost. It was apparently an old mammy. And here's what it was: is he talked about it once we were in class, and he said, because he was special force in the military, he said there's nothing on this earth man could do that would scare me, because he'd seen a lot.
Yeah.
And I saw that and I was scared because he saw, I guess, a reflection in like a window or a mirror or something. But he said it turned out to be pretty good because one time his child was having a rough night or whatever, was crying. He goes in there, somebody's rocking it to sleep. There's nothing there. Yeah. So apparently the ghost was mothering a little bit, but it was an old, I guess, slave mammy or whatever. So it was an interesting story, but he said, yeah, there's nothing that scares me, but I got scared then.
Yeah. There's been a few times, like I like to investigate where it's like dark. Like I don't like lights on or anything like that because my eyes will adjust better.
Right.
But there's been a few times, like I don't get scared a lot of places because I've investigated a lot of bad history of places, things like that. But there's a couple times that you feel that, like, I was investigating once, and it was the weirdest thing ever. I was sitting there investigating with another guy. Him and I were focused on the floor, watching the meters and stuff that he was using at the time. And all of a sudden, it just got really weird, and you're sitting there focusing, and you just feel like something's closing in on you. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, man, I don't feel right. And about that time, something bangs on the back cabinet back here. And then he's over there and he's focused on that light too. Like we're just focused. Nothing's affecting what's going on around. And then I'm like, dude, I said, I think I'm ready to get up out of here. He's like, you know, he says, I was thinking the exact same thing at the present time. He says, we probably should just take and do what we're doing and get out of here. Because in this situation, what we was doing, we had people before, so people don't always listen all the time whenever you tell them to not do stuff. And one of the big things was like, I'm anti-provoking. I don't like provoking because these people, spirits, ghosts, you know, they went through some traumatic things. So why antagonize the beast? And it's just going to make something bad, you know. So we're sitting there, and the group before we went in there didn't listen, was doing some things, and we didn't need to be doing some things, and that just upset some stuff. So I'm like, oh, it's time to go. You know, it was time to let them have their night. You know, it's come back tomorrow and see if it's different. So, but yeah, people are hard to hit.
Remember last year you were talking about you went somewhere and it was something about like the kitchen was haunted or whatever, and they used you as bait or something. Yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah, some of my friends, like there's a lot of my friends that likes to use me as a trigger object.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we was going into that area, but right before that, I had issues in that area a couple weeks before. So it was at the point that I was like, nah, I'm not going down there. And then he says, oh, well, the group wants you down there. So I go down there and I get to the doorway and I'm like, well, I'm going tonight. You know, I already knew that I wasn't going to go in there and do it. Right.
Is it because the wheelchair that they think you're the trigger? Or?
Yep. All the times. Yep. It is. Like a lot of the things that happen is off of the chick. I don't know if they consider me an easy target. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I stopped at that doorway and he's like, oh man, he says, I got you. I'm like, dude. And all of a sudden, there's people like, hey, come on, I'm like, I can't say no.
Right.
I have to go. I'll be darned if I didn't go in there. And I was in there maybe 30 seconds. They said, hey, brought you some bait tonight. And I'm like, yeah, serious. I'm like, don't do that. So, but it's so weird. Like, we'll be, like, I was investigating with Christopher Booth at St. Albans one year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we're sitting down and then electroshock or water therapy or something. I don't remember the exact area we was at. And we're sitting there and he has us, he's running a, shoot. So the name just slipped right out of my head. It's the radio frequency.
DMF?
No, shoot. It's going. It's out there. Anyways, we're sitting there listening, and he's asking questions about. There was probably 7 of us in there with him and me, and we're sitting there and we're asking questions.
Spirit box.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you. So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden he's asking these questions, and he's like, "Introduce your name, blah 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 blah." So it goes this lady, this lady, this lady, and then it comes around to me. I'm like, "Hey, I'm Adam, blah blah blah." So a few choice words come out of the box, like a few. I'm like, nice. It's a good start of the night. Yeah. Goes around to the next one, and he asks another question. It's like, wheelchair. I'm like, all right, that's irrelevant, you know. But there's been multiple times that I'll be at a location and we'll be running ghost boxes and things like that. And you'll hear wheelchair. Like, how do you relate? Wheelchair. It's like, It's weird, you know.
Have you ever got one that's a glider? Or...
No, not yet. But I did get some messages from, like, I worked till 2016 at Trans Allegheny. After that, after I quit there, I know some of the people that still work there. One of the coolest messages I ever got on Facebook was like at 12:30 at night. Woke up the next morning and said, "Dude, you'll never believe what just happened." I'm like, "What?" He says, "We was going down World 1 last night with a group of people, and all of a sudden the spirit box is yelling, 'Adam, Adam,
Wow.
Adam.'" And they're like, "There is no Adam here in this group." And the guide was like, "I know exactly what that's about, you know." So, like, she had to explain to him there used to be an Adam who was here in the wheelchair, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, "Wow, that's really cool that they're still thinking."
Have you ever been back?
I went back once since then.
Nope.
So, but it was nice to get back.
Right.
So, but I love, like you said, the history of locations.
Yeah.
Love the history of locations. I mean, that's what makes sure everything is.
Right.
So that's really cool. Yep. So
Because if you learn the history, you can kind of get an idea of what's actually there.
yep, that's true. Like, it was Gettysburg. I mean, the history of Gettysburg is amazing, and I mean, that explains so much.
Right. Because like the ghost hunt we went on Friday,
Yeah.
it used to be an old residence like in the 1800s, and they had 14 kids, and it was
Wow.
like I said, I didn't get enough
That
to
was
know.
here in Lexington?
Yeah, it's about 3 blocks.
Oh, okay, cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's Jason.
Wonder if next year they can set you up to doing a ghost hunt. 'Cause-
All right. Be neat.
Yeah, I mean,
It'd be fun. That'd be all cool. I love investigating. It's fun.
yeah.
I mean, it's a whole different realm of fun.
I used to know a guy who he worked at the same place I did and decided he was going to become an investigator. Got debunked on the National Geographic Channel.
Oh,
Oh
really?
wow.
Yeah, they took him to a house, didn't tell him anything about it. He said he saw some things. House had no history at all. It used to be like pasture land. It was a subdivision that got developed, and there had no history of anything going on there ever. So I mean, knowing the guy was a jerk, but and I think it was just a scam deal that he thought he could do. But yeah, we laughed about that. But because I know some people literally can't, they can't do the search. They do the work and the research and everything else. But
Right.
and if he'd done 10 minutes worth of research in that area, he'd have known, yeah, there's nothing here.
That's what I always tell people too, is, like, the rules of investigating to me are, I'm going to research what I can, look into it, try to figure out what's going on. And then by the time it's time to investigate, you're going to have an idea of what's going on at this location, what has happened at this location, but some people just go in and go crazy. It's like, but any investigation, any videos that I've done on the YouTube or anything like that, it's all, I love the history of it. So I do a big history thing for it first. And then whenever I go into investigating, it kind of explains certain things. Like I done, Eaton Tunnel. I think it was Eaton Tunnel. But during this tunnel, before I even investigated, I started realizing that so many people died at this location, blah, 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 because of a camp that was there from cholera, and so many different diseases at that time. And then also this tunnel, the new tunnel straight through, the old one was supposed to be built on this side. Well, it collapsed with workers inside of it. So they couldn't get back in to get the workers. So they just collapsed the rest of the tunnel in and just built a new one, But it's, a lot of people don't research certain things and try to explain what could be going on. So this is different, you know. But yeah, the history of it, I love the history of the locations and things like that. It's so much information.
What's your dream location that you haven't been to that you still want
It's a hard one because there's a lot of places that I would like to investigate. So, but
to do? Mine's Waverly.
yeah, Waverly.
In Louisville.
I've never been there yet. I've been invited to it many a times, but
My grandmother's,
never been
because
there.
my family's from about an hour on the other side of Louisville. My grandmother remembers when it was a hospital,
Oh,
TV
really?
hospital, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, if a place were going to be haunted, that place would be it because, well, and after it was a TB hospital because they had tunnels under there and that was more originally to bring in supplies.
Yeah.
Well, it turned out they would take bodies out of there because there were so many coming out
Yeah.
that they didn't want the public to see just how many were coming out of there. And after that, it got turned into a nursing home and it wasn't a very well-run nursing home. So that to me would probably be what the trigger was. So you had a bunch of people basically who were dying who were miserable,
True.
you know. So
Tuberculosis was a bad thing. You know?
yeah, it used to kill heavily.
Yep.
But you know, they would put them out on a kind of big balcony area and they'd get fresh air from the river and all that stuff.
Fresh air and sunshine.
Did they talk about turning that into a hotel? Or is
You know, I don't know what they did with it. Seems like I heard they tried to do a convention there a couple of years ago or
That's
something
what I
too.
heard too.
I heard something about they were going to convert it to a hotel. I don't know.
Yeah, that had been discussion. I mean, they certainly have the rooms, but I don't know if I'd want to spend the night there.
Yeah, I know.
It'd be a whole.
Where are you gonna go? It's a creepy old hospital to spend the night. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's not a good idea of fun.
Yeah.
Just on the off chance there was something there and you decided to visit you that night.
Yeah.
Another one is I want to do the Stanley Hotel.
Yeah, it'd be cool. I have pictures. I've never been to the Stanley, but I got pictures of my ghost at the Stanley.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of my friends back whenever I was doing the shirts and stuff. They got some shirts and took the shirts up there. It was like standing in front of Stanley and stuff, so it was pretty cool.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'd like to go to a different country too.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be really neat. So, but just where I don't know about that one yet.
Right.
So, that'd be fun. Definitely. But around here, I mean, I want to go to Alcatraz once.
Oh,
just to see.
that'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be neat. But I was in California once, and I was going to go there, but never did. So I want to go there. I want to check out the Winchester just to see, you know. But I don't know. It's pretty cool. I like to go to Tombstone.
Yeah, that's cool too.
Yeah, that'd be a neat place to see. But just never did. Yeah.
Well, I think that's about all the time. It's about 12:16, so
Cool.
we've got another one coming up in about 15 minutes or so.
It works.
So apologize there weren't more people in here.
It's all good. It's all good. I understand how today's all these Clive. Yep. Which is cool.
Well, Clive was there all day yesterday too, and there were lines all the way, because what they'd have to do is they'd have to line them up and then they'd stretch them out down here and then actually down that hallway over there. Yeah, so it was like that Friday and yesterday both, plus the Halloween panel they had yesterday, which was over 300 people in that room, and and the screen panel is at in about 45 minutes. So
I went to the paranormal panel yesterday.
That was it.
It was pretty packed. It was packed, yeah. I got right front and center, so that worked out well. And then just listening to Steve and Dave and all of them up there.
Why don't they have you for those?
I don't know. They're the big name people.
Oh.
Yeah.
so most of them have had channels on the Discovery Channel or
True.
Learning Channel or something like that.
Those are I don't know. I know them guys really well, so
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they know they know you. They should be like, hey, you include him.
that's what was fun because I was sitting like right in front of them.
I-
So I'd be like,
Was it a young lady that was moderating the panel?
Yeah, yeah.
I know her. I can
Yeah.
have her come talk to you. Her name's Katie.
Yeah.
And I know she does some amateur hunting herself.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
I've known her for quite a few years.
Yeah, she seemed really nice.
Yeah, she's a
a
sweet
big
kid.
ghost hunter fan.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She's
Yeah.
really into it.
Yep. Yep.
And again, I think she does some amateur stuff on her own too.
That's
So
cool. Yeah. I know I filmed for a show once, and it was not my type of situation. So, and it was like, it was unique.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you told me about that last year.
yeah, it was a whole unique situation. Not, it was just unique.
Yeah.
But yeah.
well, thank you all so much. We appreciate you coming in. I hope you all have had a good weekend, and we've still got a few hours to go. So
I'm gonna go visit some people.
yeah, the Booth brothers are set up upstairs, so they usually have a pretty big layout. They've got some weird, creepy stuff out there too.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy Philip.
And they always seem nice enough,
Yeah.
but they've got a pretty well groomed image too. I've noticed too. They have a very specific look, and they come here. Actually, I think they've been here just about every
Yeah, I
year.
think so. Yep. Pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, if that's cool,
Cool. Well, thank you all so much.
you do that. Yeah, I kind of put some bags together. Because you're another piece of ghost hunting equipment in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just the I put those together. It just has some
Stop
information.
that.
Pardon? No.
There's
We're
a,
gonna keep it going.
There's a ball in there for
Thank
you.
you.
And what that is a, I've had a lot of luck with those actually, is why I got a bunch of gigs now. They're the, close. I got it. A lot of people like to use these now, but they're motion sensors.
Oh, okay, cool.
So yeah, but these are really cool. I have like a collection of about 10 of them now.
No, cool.
I got 4 cats and a puppy. That thing would get destroyed inside
Yeah.
of 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, what was that?
I think it was somebody.
Back out.
I found out who it is.
You're trying to be let in.
Oh, wrong one.
Wrong one.
That's okay. I slipped through. Okay, really incognito.
Yep.
I didn't go down enough doors. And Code Adam has me frazzled.
I get it.
But the
Thank you all so much.
That's number 4. Clear.
Yeah, they're pretty much, they're just motion sensors. So just set them down somewhere. Just, I've had these things work so well with the St. Albans. But then again, so,
Oh, we've used it at the Hoover House.
yeah, the Hoover House, yeah, and Gettysburg. I forgot about that. All right.
Thank you all. Well,
Thank
again,
you.
hope you enjoy the rest of your
Good talking to you.
convention. Good talking to you. And I like the glider
Yeah,
logo.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like
Still
that a
wanna-
lot.
Still want to put it on those trading cards. That'd be cool. So,
Yeah. Maybe
We'll
we'll
see,
do
though.
that next year, because I know the trading cards have been pretty popular.
Yeah, oh, I'm telling you. Crazy. All righty, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Nice meeting you.
Good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you? So you're Eric?
I am Eric.
Excellent.
Yes, indeed.
Plugging in, we have pretty limited options. About the only plug-in around here is back against that wall.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to be a great. And the other challenge is it to get that. Are you going to need that on the screen? Because there's USB cable and it's not that long.
Well, we can work on
Or it's not USB. I'm sorry, HDMI.
it. In.
Now there's another plug-in over here. I don't know if that would work better.
Well, that's further actually.
And it will be live streaming from the Scarefest TV YouTube page. Yeah.
Well, I assumed there would be one. Look.
Unfortunately, the only thing we've got two plugs on it, and both of those are used for this stuff, and then everything else is USB ports.
All right, well.
I am terribly sorry.
Actually, I have a power device that I put on a USB.
Yeah.
We're gonna hope for the best. It should be pretty charged. I did unplug it last night, but I didn't use it. Let's see here. Okay.
And I can adjust the lighting down a little bit if you need to. I can adjust the lighting
Okay.
down.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Doorways, try to leave a gap so that we can keep the doorways open. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry.
A little better?
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that does look a little clearer. You got about 4 minutes, I guess, or whatever. And try to come unplugged.
Yes, stop. Thank you all.
You all having a good weekend? Good. Are you just here today, or? Okay. You go about walking out? Yeah. I've gotten older, my son, and I'm older, we can go faster. I could have gone to the VIP party last night, but I stuck around to help with that Talk Scary, the podcast I had last night. That got done probably between 9 and 9:30, and it was just like, there you go.
Okay. You ladies want to scoot on up. I don't bite much.
Okay. So, Mr. Eric Brooks,
That is correct, sir.
who's going to talk about Kentucky horror
That
icons.
is also correct, yes.
I bet Harry Dean Stanton comes into the conversation.
Yes, he does.
I was going to say, but he played in just about everything. It's not limited to horror.
No, not at all. Not at all.
He played in kind of hip, cutting edge art house stuff and
Yep.
lame comedies and everything else. Because I was thinking of that Down Periscope movie that with Kelsey Grammer about the guy who got handed the World War II submarine. And Stanton was in that. He played like a greasy old mechanic.
Yep.
I'll close the door and turn down the noise just a little. This it's a seminar. It's going to be on actually horror movie icons from Kentucky. So we call it live. Okay. We figured there'd be a couple of people in there. Yeah.
By my watch, it is 12:30, and trying to keep things running on time here. I know there will be another speaker at 1:30 who we need to set up, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Thank you both very much for coming. Thank you to everyone who may be tuning in out there on the Scarefest speaker channel. Appreciate all of you being here and tuning in. I knew when I saw the schedule that I would be the guy that no one would be skipping Matthew Lillard to come see. So I get that. That's fine. Anyway, my name is Eric Brooks. I live here in Lexington, Kentucky. Lived here in Lexington most of my life. And I'm going to talk to you today about some of the incredible horror legends, people who are giants of the genre, who either come from or have been heavily influenced by, resided in our state. I think we have a lot to be proud of as a state in terms of contributing important figures to the field of horror. So I'm excited to be able to share some of that with you today. I hope that you enjoy the presentation. Are you all from Kentucky? Okay, whereabouts are you from? Okay, hometown. All right, very good. Well, maybe there are some folks tuning in out there who are not from Kentucky who couldn't be here in person. So we learn a little bit about the people who come from our state. The first of those people is really the reason that I chose to do this particular presentation. He's someone that I'm extremely interested in, that I think is extremely important and yet extremely understudied, undervalued, and to some extent underappreciated. He is in some ways, I think, the father of modern cinematic horror. He contributed to horror in ways that are hard to overestimate. He made some films that are legendary by any measure one might choose to use. His name may not be a household name, but it should be. His name is Todd Browning. Todd Browning was born in Louisville on July 12th, 1880. His born name was Charles Albert Todd Browning, and he was born to Charles Leslie Browning, a machinist, bricklayer, and carpenter, and his wife Lydia. A very middle-class family living in a very middle-class home in Louisville. So while Todd's family was not wealthy, I don't think that he hurt for much growing up. I mean, he had a decent home, wasn't likely to miss a meal, that sort of thing. So he grew up in an environment that was relatively comfortable. One of his influences was his uncle, this man. He is a baseball player, was one of the early greats of the game, one of the game's first truly great power hitters. His name is Pete Browning. He was Charles Browning, Todd Browning's father's brother. This is his grave in Cave Hill Cemetery in Louisville. Pete Browning, as I say, was a great power hitter. Not much else. He was not a great fielder, not a great hitter for average, just a great power hitter. He could hit the ball very, very hard. And he became known by a moniker. He was known as the Louisville Slugger. He played for Louisville's professional baseball team. At that time, Louisville had a team. It was essentially a major league team. He played for it. And at one point, he needed a bat. He swung a very large, I think that bat weighed about 42 ounces, very large bat, much bigger than many bats today. So he went to a Louisville furniture concern run by two men. One was a German. It was called Hilrich and Bradsky. And they turned bats for him on their lathe. And eventually, over time, became associated with him because of his prowess as a hitter. And their bats took on his name. He is the Louisville Slugger. That's where we get our state, one of our state's signature products. So Todd Browning grew up idolizing his uncle, the Louisville Slugger. He would be a lifelong baseball fan and, in fact, died during a doubleheader that he was watching in 1962. Now, as a young man, Todd Browning became fascinated with the bizarre, the different, the other, the outsider, and eventually in his late teens, literally ran off to join the circus. He would travel with several circuses and carnivals in his young life. He did an act where he was buried alive. For a period of time, he was a barker for sideshows, which meant that he was the guy that sat outside the tent. He would deliver a pitch that was designed to convince people to come in and see the show. This would be a huge influence in his filmmaking. We'll talk about a couple of films where that shows up. So he does this for a period of time, even appears on Broadway for a while, does plays, does some vaudeville. So he does a lot of different, what can be classified as fringe theatrical work and mainstream theatrical work before becoming a filmmaker and becoming involved in the film industry. He does that primarily under another Kentuckian, a very, very important Kentucky filmmaker, one of the pioneers of early film, a man by the name of D.W. Griffith. D.W. Griffith is a filmmaker that makes many important silent films, not least of which is a very controversial, wildly racist, lost cause mythology film called The Birth of a Nation. He will give Todd Browning his big chance, and Todd Browning will become a silent filmmaker. This is one of his films. This is one of the films that he makes that deals with sort of sideshow carnival folks. And it's about a fortune teller. So it's a really interesting silent project. And around this time, he also becomes involved with an actor who is just emerging on the Hollywood scene. Actor who will have a profound impact on Hollywood, not only in his own right, but because he becomes the father of a second actor who will have a profound impact on Hollywood. Lon Chaney Sr. Todd Browning and Lon Chaney will do about 20 films or so together. This is one of them. It's called The Unknown. This is another circus-related film. Todd Browning becomes the man who will make many of the films of The Man of a Thousand Faces. Lon Chaney comes out of the theater world. He is known for his makeup. He does all of his own makeup, as many in the theater do, and will become one of the pioneers of film makeup. So he does many important films. This is one of the most important. Sadly, you can't watch this film because this film is lost. It is one of the 75% of films made between about the beginning of the filmmaking industry and say 1930 that no longer exists. The reason for that is that these films were shot on cellulose nitrate film stock. Cellulose nitrate breaks down. One of the things it breaks down into is nitroglycerin, otherwise known as blasting oil. It is very dangerous stuff. In today's world, it is found in archives. Typically, it is stored in freezers because at room temperature, it becomes explosive and it will blow up if you drop it. This is why many early theaters had projection booths that were basically metal boxes, so that if the film caught fire, it would confine the fire to the booth and not burn the whole theater down, as happened in a number of cases. Anyway, Todd Browning does many of these important films with Lon Chaney and gains great fame and success as a result. By 1930, the silent film is beginning to die a death brought about by the talkie. And Todd Browning will make the transition. And he is hired by Universal Studios. They are creating a new line of films. They're going to try a new approach, a new type of film, try to become known for it. These are the Universal monster films: Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Invisible Man, The Werewolf, and The Gill Man, the creature from the Black Lagoon. And that starts in 1931. Todd Browning is hired to direct an adaptation of Dracula, which has been done before. Nosferatu, for example, is actually sort of a bootleg adaptation of Dracula. They couldn't get the rights, so they renamed it, changed the plot somewhat, and made a movie. They, in this case, Universal has the rights to Bram Stoker's book. They make the film Dracula, and it becomes iconic, not only as a great horror film, but as the definition of Dracula. So when we think of Dracula today, we often think of Bela Lugosi in this film. The clothing that he wears, the costuming, the accent, all of it is defined by this work. And Todd Browning is the director of this work. So he brings to life this important story on the screen. So he kicks off this series of films. Because this film is successful, he is able to allow Universal to continue making these pictures. So this is an incredibly important work. A classic of horror cinema, if there ever was one. No question about it. So this also creates an opportunity for Todd Browning to do the films he wants to do. He is now known as a known quantity, a successful quantity, someone who can make a picture that will make money, and he parlays that into a film that he wants to make that comes from his experience in sideshows and circuses, a film that he will make in conjunction with the Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus. One of several films in which that circus will participate. In this case, he works with their sideshow and the sideshow performers. This is a film that comes out in 1932. It is a film that will be one of the most important and also one of the most controversial films, certainly in early filmmaking and maybe of all time. This film is called Freaks. It is a brilliant film, and for a very long time was a forgotten or avoided film. This film was so controversial it was actually banned in many locations. Couldn't be shown at all. And it would take many, many years for this film to come back. This is a still from the film. This is a scene in which the sideshow performers are having a dinner. One of them is standing on the table. So this is an important scene in the film. Try to adjust the focus here a little bit. That's a little better. And it's a really unique film, and it's one of the films that explores the other, the different, the unusual, etc. This is something that Todd Browning had an obsession with to some degree and was really interested in exploring, and he does a great job of that. This is one of those films that asks you the question, who is the monster here? And the answer to that is fascinating. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. And it's now much more available than it was at one time. Unfortunately, because this film was so controversial and so offensive to so many, because at the time, putting these people on screen was something that just wasn't done. It was one thing for these people to perform in a closed tent in a sideshow environment. That was where they were expected to be, where they were permitted to be by society. This thrust them into the mainstream of society, and society reacted very, very badly to that. They did not want these people in mainstream society. And so it resulted in Todd Browning being blackballed. He had a very hard time getting work. He did do another film This film came out, I believe, in 1936. It stars the great Lionel Barrymore, called The Devil Doll. This is a fascinating film. This has great special effects. It's about a man who shrinks people down to make them into living dolls. So it's a really interesting picture. I highly recommend it. It's another well-done horror film from Todd Browning. But after that, Todd Browning basically disappears. No one will hire him. No one will touch him. He becomes an outcast himself. He and his wife, to some extent, retire and live alone in their home on the fringe of LA. And they're basically forgotten about. She dies, I believe, in the 50s. He lives the last years of his life as a recluse by himself and dies in 1962 while watching a baseball game. So for many years, this great filmmaker is forgotten about. His films are not seen. This remains the case until the 80s. In the 1980s, we have the rise of home video. VHS comes along, and now we have stores that both sell and rent videos. And it becomes an opportunity for many of the old films' back catalog to come back and become available again through the medium of home video. And films like Freaks become cult classics. They become films that you can find at the video store and are often widely rented. They become talked about. Suddenly they become popular again. So for the first time in 50 years, people begin paying attention to this film. Sadly, this is 20 years or more, 25 years or more after Todd Browning dies. So he doesn't get to enjoy the renaissance that comes with the home video movement. Last year, the Criterion Collection picked up Freaks. They did a 4K restoration of the film. They released it with these two silent films. These are silent films that are related to circus and sideshows. This includes some really nice documentaries on Todd Browning and interviews with film historians, etc. It is an incredible package. This was needed for a long time. Up until this point, there were prints available, but they were not great. It had never been restored. So this presents it in all of its glory, and I cannot recommend it highly enough. As soon as I saw this was coming, I ordered a copy of it, and it holds a prized place in my library. So I cannot recommend this enough. And if you want to learn more about Todd Browning, in recent years, there's been a good biography of him called Dark Carnival, The Secret World of Todd Browning. These two people that did it did an incredible amount of research. And there's a lot of scholarship in this book that went into this. This is the first time that anyone has taken the time to do the hard research to uncover the facts of this man's life as best as has been able to do. They got in touch with his relatives. He has no descendants, but he does have relatives. So they were able to find things that his relatives had collected that had been forgotten or lost. They went to newspapers, legal records. They consulted film publications and film archives. So for the first time, the full story, not only of his life, but of his filmography can be told. It's a wonderful book. I highly recommend it. So Todd Browning is an amazing individual, someone who has not gotten the attention that he rightly deserves. Our next filmmaker is a 1970s filmmaker. He also was from Louisville, grew up there, started a production company in his early 20s, began producing films, eventually got the backing of some successful folks in the Louisville area, and then probably eventually in Hollywood. And he becomes known primarily for films about animals. So, for example, this is William Girdler. He makes the film Grizzly. This is about a grizzly bear. This comes out about the same time as Jaws. So it's kind of Jaws in the woods. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the forest, there's Grizzly. This is a fun film, well worth a look. This is another one called Day of the Animals. This is another really enjoyable film. My recollection is that this is set on a plantation in southern Louisiana, and it mostly involves frogs, snakes, and reptiles of various sorts. But the film for which he is best known, the last film that he made, is called The Manitou. And it is a truly bizarre work. I have a hard time even describing this. There are Native American influences. It ends with a space scene. It's something out of The Twilight Zone or 2001: Space Odyssey. I'm not sure. It's a truly strange piece of work, but well worth a look. It's a lot of fun. Very interesting picture, to say the least. And I actually, if you're watching this or here, you want to see it, the Grizzly you can buy upstairs. One of the vendors has a copy of that for sale. So it's a very nice Severin edition. So it's a restored edition with special features. So it's for sale upstairs in the vendor hall. Sadly, after Manitou came out, he went to the Philippines to scout his next project, a film called The Overlords, which never got made. He was scouting the film in Manila. He was in a helicopter, and they were looking at locations. The helicopter ran into power lines and crashed. He was killed in the crash. He was only 30 years old. He is buried today in the Cave Hill Cemetery in Louisville, so you can go there and visit his grave and Pete Browning's grave and the graves of many others, such as Colonel Sanders and Muhammad Ali. It's a great cemetery. I highly recommend it. Lots to see there, well worth the tour. The next filmmaker I'm going to talk about is the only one I will talk about that was not born in Kentucky, but he did live a good part of his life here, and it profoundly influenced his life. One of my very favorites. This is, of course, John Carpenter, one of the great filmmakers of the 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s and 2000s. John Carpenter was born in upstate New York, in western New York. When he was 5 years old or thereabouts, his father took the position of director of music at Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And the family moved from western New York to Bowling Green. That's a big cultural swing. Those are vastly different locations. I learned this myself when I was younger. I took a job out on Long Island. I'm a museum curator by profession. I'm the curator at Ashland Henry Clay Estate here in Lexington. And at that time, I went to work at Sagamore Hill, the home of Theodore Roosevelt on Long Island. And I enjoyed it a lot, but it was a vastly different place culturally. And I had to learn a lot of things to adapt to that culture. I was able to share some things culturally from back home, and I enjoyed doing that, and I enjoyed that experience. But I think John Carpenter had to do likewise. And one of the things that it instilled in him was an appreciation of being different, being the other, being in a place where you're not familiar with everything, where you have to learn and adjust to where you are. And that comes through in a number of his films. So that is a profound influence on the filmmaking that he does. His first film came out in the early 70s, I believe 75 or 76. It was a student project that he made. It's called Dark Star. It's a space film, sci-fi film. I wouldn't call it a great film, but I think it's a good film, well worth a watch. And it's an important film, if for no other reason, that it stars a man by the name of Dan O'Bannon. And while Dan was making this movie, he had downtime. If you ever shot a film, been on a film set, the reality of filmmaking is it's a lot of hurry up and wait. So there were lots of times when you're sitting there waiting for lights to be moved and sets to be set and various things to happen. And during those times, he worked on his own screenplay. And not long after Dark Star was done, O'Bannon finished it and ultimately sold it, and it was made into a film directed by Ridley Scott. That film came out in 1979. We'll talk about that film later in this presentation, so we'll come back to that. It's a very, very important film in its own right. This is John Carpenter's magnum opus in some ways. Certainly the film that made him a superstar. It is perhaps the most successful independent film ever made, certainly one of them. This film came out in 1978. It created someone who can be considered the first or among the first screen queens. If not, if she wasn't, her mother was. That, of course, is Jamie Lee Curtis. The film is Halloween. This film is a classic, really of any genre, but certainly of the horror genre. It was the film that created the modern slasher movie. Of course, Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street that followed. develop 3 great slasher franchises that last for the next several decades. This film also has a significant Kentucky influence. It's the story of Michael Myers, a very deeply disturbed young man who kills members of his family, ends up in a mental institution, and later on escapes to terrorize the town of Haddonfield, New Jersey. As it happens, Michael Myers was a real person, at least based on a real person, from right here in Kentucky. When John Carpenter was a student at Western Kentucky University, and he went there first before leaving to go to California to pursue filmmaking and a degree in filmmaking, he had an assignment for a class to visit a mental institution here in Kentucky. And he was taken to the wing where the most disturbed patients were. He met a 12-year-old boy in that wing. That boy became Michael Myers. He was the inspiration for Michael Myers. So once again, Kentucky provides significant inspiration to this filmmaker. The Fog is another great John Carpenter film. Here again, people who are not accepted by a community seek revenge. Lepers, ship is turned away, they eventually die in a storm, they come back and seek revenge on the community. One of the actors with whom John Carpenter is most associated is Kurt Russell. This relationship began with a film about Elvis Presley, which was not a horror film, but it continued through several horror films that are really, really important and great movies. So you have The Thing. Kurt Russell plays McCready, the star of the film. Then he plays Jack Burton in Big Trouble in Little China, and Snake Plissken in Escape from New York. These two, John Carpenter and Kurt Russell, will both build to each other's legacy and started through these films. Another film that is in many ways predicated on paranoia, on fish out of water, of discovering that you're in a place that you don't fully understand. There's a great film called They Live. This film stars the late Rowdy Roddy Piper, who comes to a town and discovers that there's a whole lot going on around him that he doesn't see until he acquires a special pair of glasses that allow him to see the aliens controlling what's going on. One of the most interesting things about John Carpenter is that in addition to being a filmmaker, he's also a musician. He tours with his band. His son has become part of that, in addition to being part of his filmmaking. That comes from being the son of a professional musician and music professor. So when he was growing up, his father taught him music. He goes on to compose much of the music that he uses in his filmmaking. He also has done concerts. In recent years, he's done concert tours. You can find his music on Spotify, or probably elsewhere on the internet where you can stream music. And it's really great music. A lot of it's very electronic, synthesizer based, and it's immediately recognizable. The theme to Halloween, for example, the theme of Fog, among others, are themes that everybody knows and loves. Charles Napier is a great character actor. He's one of those people that if you watch movies in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, you probably saw him because he was in lots and lots of things, every genre. One of my favorite roles of his is in the movie The Blues Brothers. They go to a country western bar, and he's the guy that they meet when they get there, runs the bar, and they ask him, what kind of music do you have here? And he says, we have both kinds, country and western. Great line. He's great in the film. He's great in most everything that he does. Charles Napier is in several horror films. He is in Silence of the Lambs. He is a law enforcement officer that gets eaten by Hannibal Lecter. If you're a fan of Scout Taylor Compton, who is at the show this year, he's in Lifeblood, in which she also stars. He's even made headway into the sci-fi original realm with the movie Dino Truck, so you can catch him there. So he's been in a whole lot of different things. Sadly, he is now deceased. He was from Western Kentucky, a great actor. One of Lexington's hometown heroes is an actor that went to my high school, Lafayette High School, go Generals, here in Lexington, Kentucky. He graduated in 1944. I think it's possible that he and I were actually taught by at least one teacher in common, a teacher that produced not one, perhaps two prominent actors, one of them being Harry Dean Stanton. The other is the great Jim Varney of Hey Vern, Know What I Mean fame. He produced the character Ernest P. Worrell and made a fortune playing him. So he grows up here in Lexington, joins the Navy after graduating high school, is on an LST ship during World War II. After the war, he goes to California and learns to act at the Pasadena Playhouse. And he will have a career that stretches across about 5 decades, in which he plays in every kind of film imaginable. Every genre, every type of character, great character actor. Everything you can think of. For example, he is in the film Pretty in Pink, which is hard to imagine, but he's in that film. He's done a couple of horror turns. Christine and Alien are two of the best known. You can go visit the Christine car here at Scarefest. Got a large setup, get your picture taken with it. They actually also have what I would call an ofrenda, which is a Spanish word, refers to a table of images of the past where you can go and appreciate them and remember them. He's one of the many cast members of that film that has sadly passed away. And Alien, of course, he plays Brett. Saw a great cosplay of Brett yesterday, was very pleased to see that. The gentleman who did that is watching. Thank you, great job. That's a great film. And this is the film that Dan O'Bannon was writing while starring in Dark Star, John Carpenter's film. Worlds within worlds, tying it all together here. So he's a local favorite. I've always appreciated the fact that he went to my high school. I grew up here in town. Another local favorite who has been extremely successful, so successful as to receive Oscar nominations, is a man named Michael Shannon. Michael Shannon, again, has appeared in a wide range of films and appeared in Guillermo del Toro's The Shape of Water, which is his homage to the Gill Man, to The Creature from the Black Lagoon. This is a fantastic film. If you get a chance to see it on the big screen, it is an amazing experience. I had the luxury of seeing it here in town at our local big screen cinema, the Kentucky Theater. And this film is set in part in an apartment above a big screen theater, and part of it takes place in that theater. That is a wild experience, watching any theater like the one on screen. It's just an incredible movie. It's vintage Guillermo del Toro. I believe Michael Shannon was nominated for an Academy Award. This is another one that challenges you to ask the question, who is the real monster here? Michael Shannon is a big part of answering that. So again, if you haven't seen it, this is one that you really must see. Boyd Holbrook is another actor who has produced a variety of great characters. This is Boyd Holbrook. He starred in a wide range of films. Last year, he was in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. He played a German Kleber, one of the Nazis. I am a huge Indiana Jones fan. He came to Scarefest last year. I actually spoke about it. It seemed like a timely thing to do, given Dial of Destiny, and I did that, and I enjoyed it very much. And he was a big part of that film, and I thought he was great in it. I liked the film. I know not everyone did, but I enjoyed it. He's done a couple of films that can be classified as horror. One of them is The Predator. I like this particular Predator film. It's not my favorite by far. The original is, but it's a good film. He plays one of the hunters of the Predator. And more recently, he appears in the Netflix original series, The Sandman, based on the Neil Gaiman comic series. I'm a big fan of the Neil Gaiman comic series and Neil Gaiman in general. And he plays the Corinthian, an important character in this universe. He does a great job of that. I think it's a very well done series. I'm looking forward to continuing seasons of it. So he was in that, well worth checking out. Terrence Mann is a Louisville actor. You might not guess that if you see him on screen, because there are lots of times when he has a British accent or otherwise does not sound like someone from Louisville that you might expect to be a Kentuckian. He's a great actor. He is a big part of the Critters franchise. So if you've seen the Critters films, He's one of the alien bounty hunters sent to bring back the critters. He's the one in the original film that does the transformation on the ship, that transforms into the rocker. He actually performs the song that the rocker in the film performs. Johnny Steele is the rocker. He performs Johnny Steele as Johnny Steele and sings the song. He's actually, in many ways, best known as a performer on Broadway and in Broadway musicals. So, very talented singer, does a great job in that. Those are great films. Those are really fun films, 1980s sci-fi. This role he's good in this role. I do not regard this as necessarily the greatest horror series ever, but it did get me into what I think are an incredible series of books. And if there were no series of books, I could really go for this, but there are, and as a result, I have a hard time getting into this series. The series is the Harry Dresden series, Dresden Files, that aired on Sci-Fi Channel in the mid-2000s, and they were still producing original content that was, well, not Sharknado. So anyway, he plays Bob the Head, Bob the Skull. Bob in the TV show, not in the skull, becomes corporeal, and you see Terrence Mann playing it. In the books, Bob is an air spirit, non-corporeal, at most appears as a set of sort of twinkling cloud-like lights, but in the series, this is Terrence Mann playing Bob the Skull. He's also in the TV series Sleepy Hollow, which I really liked, at least the first couple of seasons. Sorry, it didn't last longer. He plays the devil in that series. So he's done some horror turns that I thought were really good, and I think he's a really fantastic actor. Lastly, I want to touch on someone who is a modern horror icon who is still producing lots of horror, has done some things that are truly important, and of which our state can be very, very proud. This is the one person in this talk that I've actually had the opportunity to meet, and he is one of the nicest people that you would ever want to meet. He is one of the most generous and giving individuals that I have ever encountered. He is someone who could easily say, I don't have time for that, I'm not bothered. He never does that. He is someone who cares deeply about his fans and about his home state, and I think that's really remarkable. This is Robert Kirkman. Robert Kirkman is the creator of The Walking Dead. Robert Kirkman is from the town of Cynthiana. For those of you maybe listening to this who are not familiar with that, it is about 30 miles or so north of Lexington in Harrison County. It's a small country town, mostly a farm town. It is also the town where 3M manufactures Post-it notes. So if you use a 3M brand Post-it note, it came out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. My wife is almost single-handedly keeping that company in business. She is an attorney, and our home and her office are flooded with Post-it notes. So, and I believe Robert Kirkman's father worked at the Post-it note factory. So there is a connection there. He grew up in Cynthiana, and by the time he was in high school, had started contemplating and thinking of comic work, got work initially in college or shortly after with Marvel. As a contract writer, they had him write certain projects. I think he did some Spider-Man, among other things, and that paid the bills, but he wanted to do his own thing. And so the first thing that he did, he had published independently, and it was later republished when he joined a major comic label. And it's called Battle Pope, and it is absolutely every bit as weird as it sounds. And it is about a warrior pope. I have the first couple of issues of it. It is truly fun and original. I've not seen anything else like it. There are about 30 issues of that, I think, that he published independently, as I say, later on republished by Image Comics once he went to work there. The first really major comic that he did through Image, and it's called, or was reprinted by Image, and it's called Invincible. This has been made into an animated series on Amazon, and it's about the son of the world's greatest superhero and what that entails, and growing up in the shadow of a legend. So it's a very interesting story. The animated series is great. I haven't read as much of this particular title, but it's very well done. By 2003, he was ready to push forward on an idea he had been working on since high school. This was an idea that he wanted to pursue. His thought was he had seen lots of zombie movies. Who among us has not? And his question was, when you see these movies, typically you get to the end of the film and there are a few survivors, the apocalypse is raging, and your question is, what happens next? How does this go on? What does it lead to? And so he wanted to answer that. He wanted to create a story to tell that story and allow readers to experience how the apocalypse unfolds and maybe ultimately resolves. So he starts shopping this around and shops it to a number of labels and is told basically the same thing. It's a horror comic. Horror is not going to sell real well, just hasn't. It's not something that has a wide readership. Further, it's a black and white comic. We wanted to do this in black and white, and that's not popular. That's just not something that people tend to want to read. And so it's a neat idea, but probably not one that's going to sell. Sorry. So he takes it to Image. They kind of say this, and they say to him, is there a hook here? And he says, yeah, there's a hook. The hook here is the zombie apocalypse is being perpetrated by aliens, and their ultimate goal is to soften up the earth for an eventual invasion. And Image says, aha, that's a hook. We like it. We'll do that. We'll give that a try. So 2003, issue 1 of The Walking Dead debuts. And it starts in Cynthiana, Kentucky. Rick Grimes is a sheriff's officer in the Harrison County Sheriff's Department in Cynthiana, Kentucky. So in the first issue, he gets shot in Cynthiana. He's in the hospital in Cynthiana. He goes to his home in Cynthiana, and then he leaves to go to Atlanta, where he learns that his wife and son have gone. So the comic actually starts there. And it starts slowly. I think the first issue, first printing, first run was 2,500 copies. Doesn't take very long to get hot. And by the 5th or 6th issue, it's selling reasonably well. And at that point, Image comes and says, by the way, what happened to this alien hook? You say, sorry, that wasn't really going to happen. I just kind of made that up. We need to get the story printed. Okay, all right. Well, the story's doing well enough. We'll let it go. This story will run for 193 issues and becomes one of the best-selling comics going. Certainly the best-selling horror comic. So it does amazingly well. Today, if you had a first printing, first day, issue 1 of The Walking Dead in good condition, graded, you could easily get $10,000 for it, and perhaps much more than that. So it's become a classic of comic literature, well known and well loved. And it becomes one of the more important comics going, and it allows Robert Kirkman to do a number of other projects. Outcast, Firepower, which is a martial arts comic in which the martial artist has a special power of hurling fireballs. I really enjoyed that one. Oblivion Song, which is a comic that posits a situation where Earth has collided with a dimension in which it exists, has collided with another dimension. And it's about the intersection of these two dimensions and the aliens from the other dimension. Again, another really well done series. Both Firepower and Oblivion Song have wrapped. There is Void Rivals. This is his current series. And this is kind of an interesting thing. Robert Kirkman is now the CEO of Image Comics, and his label Skybound, which he creates within Image, creator-owned label, creator-owned comics. He's the CEO. Void Rivals is part of a new universe called the Intergon universe. And the Intergon universe integrates Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Void Rivals, Robert Kirkman's original creation. So they're all intertwined. I've never been a huge Transformers G.I. Joe guy. Grew up with G.I. Joe a little bit, but just never got into the comics, I guess. So I'm reading the Void Rivals part, and it's pretty interesting. Sort of science fiction stuff, but I've not read the other parts of that series. This is Robert Kirkman's partner in the creation of The Walking Dead. This man's name is Colonel Tony Moore. He also grew up in Cynthiana. In fact, he and Kirkman grew up together. They went to high school together. They sort of had the idea, talked it through the idea for The Walking Dead. He did all the artwork for the first, I believe it's 7 issues. He did covers for the first 24, and then went on his way. Somewhat sadly, when the TV series came along, they had a falling out because Tony Moore was somewhat wrongly not credited in the TV series nor cut into the profits of the TV series. I don't know why, I don't know how this happened, I just know that it did, and that they created a rift. They eventually worked it out. There was litigation, but they resolved it out of court. They have, I think, restored their friendship to some degree. So it got resolved. Does a lot of other comic work. He's a really interesting guy, a very nice guy, does a lot of shows. He lives in Cincinnati now, so he's not far away. Robert Kirkman lived in Kentucky for a long while. When AMC bought The Walking Dead, and it came out as a series and did well enough that it was going to go for a while, he moved to California. He lives in California now. He still comes back here fairly regularly. His wife and sister, wife and sister own a B&B that they bought in Cynthiana. Doesn't have anything to do with The Walking Dead. They were very clear that not a Walking Dead B&B, but they own a B&B there. So they are trying to pump into that economy. So he maintains his connections and comes down occasionally. And of course, we've all seen the TV series. It went for 10 seasons and is still going because there are, I don't know how many spinoffs. I've lost count at this point. About 5. There's the one with Daryl Dixon. There's the stuff with Rick Grimes after he gets picked up by the helicopter. There's Fear the Walking Dead. There's the one that was set in Europe. So there are spinoffs aplenty. So it's still out there and still has a good life going. Robert Kirkman and Tony Moore's hometown is very proud of their hometown heroes. Several years ago, they decided to erect a sign where you come into the town from the north. It says, "Welcome to Cynthiana, home of The Walking Dead, creator Robert Kirkman, artist Tony Moore." And when they did this, they also, around that time, had a mural created. This mural depicts the characters from the TV series. You can see it in downtown Cynthiana. It's a beautiful, beautiful mural. I want to say the guy that did it is from South America, maybe Argentina. So that's interesting. They had an event. They contacted Robert Kirkman and said, "We're doing this sign." And they didn't expect him to show up or anything. They expected him to say, "Well, that's very nice. Thank you very much." And go on. And he said, "Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. I really appreciate that. I'd love to come down for that." And we're like, "Really? Yeah, that'd be great. All right, we'll do that. We'll do up the ceremony on the evening." And Robert Kirkman said, "Well, if I'm going to come, I got to come from California. So I can't just come in the morning and go out in the evening, really. So why don't we make a day of it? I'll sign some autographs. We'll do some things. We'll have an event." Wow, that'd be awesome. So Robert Kirkman comes to Cynthiana. They get Tony Moore. He also comes. Robert Kirkman has Image Comics print 2,500 copies of The Walking Dead with a special cover for that issue drawn by Tony Moore that depicts the buildings of downtown Cynthiana with Rick Grimes in front. So they do this commemorative issue, hand them out, whole event, completely free of charge. They charge for nothing. You get Kirkman's autograph, you get Tony Moore's autograph. Kirkman did a Q&A, all free of charge. I have been to many genre events, I've been to many, many cons and things. That one was by far my favorite because of the fact that it was really completely for the fans and about the fans. It was all free. Really extremely well done. This is taken at Robert Kirkman's Q&A. This was a fascinating event that they did. They have a downtown theater. And in the downtown theater, they started by showing a film, and the TV anchors at our CBS affiliate, Channel 27, are airing TV broadcasts about a zombie apocalypse starting, and it goes on, and as it goes on, just like in the Dawn of the Dead, they look more and more bedraggled, etc. And at the end of it, it sort of goes to static, screen rises, and there's Kirkman and the host of the Q&A sitting there on the stage. It's incredibly well done. And here's Robert Kirkman. This was after the event. They put him in this golf cart. He was signing autographs before it. Line was so long he couldn't get them all done. So as soon as he finished his Q&A, he jumped back in the cart and drove back down the street to finish signing autographs. He didn't want anyone to go away without one if they wanted one. Tony Moore, I took this when he was signing my book. So he signs autographs as well. They set him up in a storefront that day. Incredible event. Incredibly nice people. This is not the only connection The Walking Dead has to the area. One of its most important characters on the show is from right here in Lexington. She's a really neat person. Her character in the comic book doesn't last real long, but she becomes one of the most important main characters in the show. Melissa McBride as Carol Pelletier. Her character starts out a beaten woman, victim of domestic abuse, very timid, very unsure of herself, who through necessity becomes much, much stronger. And by the end of the show, she is essentially the strongest character in the show. Don't mess with Carol, she will mess back. This is a still of her. She first was in The Mist. This is a film that Frank Darabont did, which is based on a Stephen King story. And it is about a group of people trapped in a grocery store, surrounded by a mist in which something is lurking. And it is about the response of humans to this sort of terror, adversity. And they all respond in different ways. She plays a character who responds with her deep religious faith and uses that to survive, to deal with what's going on. So it's a very interesting exploration. Frank Darabont goes on to direct the pilot of The Walking Dead and manage the first season. So he brings in Melissa McBride and the guy that plays Dale. He was also in this. So that's how she gets to The Walking Dead. Here she is in a still as Carol Pelletier, one of my favorite characters in the whole show. Another, like I said, all Lex and Tony. So, and there are many, many images of her. You can buy upstairs. Lots of things related to The Walking Dead. So get those things signed as well. I'll be happy to take questions. It is getting close to time for the next presentation, so I don't have a lot of time. But if anyone has questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Well, thank you again very much for coming. Everyone have a great day. Enjoy the rest. You've got a few hours left of Scarefest, and I'll see you next year. Thanks.
Thank you. I apologize if it was a little crazy earlier. The screen panel was lighted up, and it's back.
No doubt. They had a good panel yesterday with Dave Tango, Dave Schrader, Steve Gonzalez, Dustin Barber.
Yeah. Katie does that one.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. And you can tell these guys are all friends because they're all messing with each other.
Yeah.
And somebody who's friendly with you will be polite. Somebody who's actually your friend, they'll just tear you on. They don't. But yeah, and all the panels here are good because you get to see, you're behind the scenes. Kind of lift up the curtain to see the wizard.
The Halloween panel was nice, having all 5 of the Michael Myers.
Oh yeah, well see, one of the things I sat through was the Leatherface one.
Yeah.
And all these chainsaw wielding maniacs. It's like the one gentleman, and I think his name's Bob. They posed a question: who'd you like to see Leatherface fight? He said, "We would have Freddy Krueger because he's been Michael Myers and
Sometimes you forget
Jason."
how many actors are actually from Kentucky.
Yes. I have always thought that Scarefest should really offer that for a lot of these local folks from right here in Central Kentucky have them as Central Kentucky horror icons. And I know some of them, like the Walking Dead folks, they're the Walker Stalker cons and that sort of thing. And some of them are fairly tied to that, but if they can get them here, I think it would be a real
I
demand.
know,
It would be a neat
I know
thing to
McBride has been, I don't know if she's at the Comic Con or here before, but I know she's been here before doing this kind of stuff, so
Okay.
it's been a while.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Maybe she was, and that's
It was
quite possible.
definitely pre-COVID.
Okay.
If there was a Walking Dead, like a panel here or a reunion, it'd be insane here.
Yes, I think it would be, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
you mean,
when they did the thing in Cynthiana, people were coming from across the country to an event. They never thought they would get more than a few hundred people.
Well, I will say that
Blew up on
that
Facebook.
the owners of this convention are really big on doing reunion stuff.
Yeah.
They did the Fright Night you had yesterday. That was the first time those seven people had been on stage together, or those people have been on stage together like 7 or 8 years.
Right.
So, I mean, they are really good at putting those together, so who knows?
Yeah,
The
well,
Walking Dead, maybe in the future.
yeah, that would be cool. I don't know, remember exactly what year that hit the air, but,
It was
I could get close to
2009,
a 15-year reunion on that one, for the original cast. Anyway.
A lot of it isn't about lack of interest, it's the logistics. Because,
Yeah,
especially if a series is being filmed, it's difficult.
right,
And then you've got half a dozen to a dozen people
right.
who, who have maybe radically different schedules.
and you gotta deal with their fees and stuff too. If they're
That's
like
true
high
too.
up,
I
you
mean,
get Norman
Right,
Reedus
right,
or Andrew Lincoln.
oh,
Yeah, well,
They are
Norman
running
Reedus is
high
down
up
too,
too,
right?
right?
well,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
They're both,
I
Yeah,
spoke to
it's
Jared.
a draw,
Like,
especially,
they do
like they do with Greg
yeah,
Nicotero
right.
over in Nick-
Well,
talk
the
about how
restaurant-
expensive it was to get Chris Evans. And
Yeah.
we'll start
that I have a
conversation.
feeling they have that in their minds.
Hoped he could have gotten.
Well, also,
Jason
yeah, they
Momoa.
have to look at what the economy is.
So
because
sometimes
I know
that
the
is an
Comic-Con,
issue.
Yeah, I asked him once about Mark Hamill.
Again, I met Jason Momoa when he was on Stargate
And they don't know
Atlantis.
if this
Yes, that's a
region
good show.
could
And
could
Well,
generate.
I
was
can
not
understand that. I can
well
certainly
known.
see
They
now.
don't.
Right.
I get what he is now. So he did a lot more shows,
Yeah.
but since he's
Because I don't
gone
know
on
if
to
this
do more
I can't imagine
mainstream
you
work,
have million, but I
Yeah.
can see
larger
it
film projects,
Yeah.
it's a little bit harder to
It's
get.
popular enough that-
And a lot of times what
So I would
happens,
expect Matthew
People,
Lillard to be big, he was. Good Lord, his
they'll-
line-
Right, I
say they're gonna do
I-
somewhere and then something will come up.
Yeah.
because
But was it,
actors are kind of like independent
It's
concerts.
like, it's like humming or something.
Yeah,
Back in the
yeah,
day,
yeah, but these owners
the
right next
golden
to
age
each
of
other,
Hollywood,
their lines.
like Marilyn Monroe signed with this
Yeah, I couldn't
studio,
believe it either.
and she knew she was going to be doing so many projects. So she had to- See, now,
Yeah.
the
They've got people on the
Actors
floor,
are
on the floor. and-
exclusive.
Yeah,
I knew that would be that way.
Yeah, so it's.
you may be doing one for New Line Cinema
That's what I'm
today,
doing over there, is
and
I'm
doing
trying to
something
make
for
sure they have
Universal
they've got
tomorrow,
9 celebrities on this panel.
whatever project.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then there's,
that's a good point,
here,
because I remember
this
back,
weekend
back in the
with
day,
Right.
studios
Or
would
Movie
be
Buff,
actors.
they're taking
They
care of
choose-
it.
and
She's sitting up
nowadays
there
they
with
choose
them
Oh, wow.
on the stage, so it's pretty cool.
Exactly.
But yeah, so
And
it's,
with
it's
the
neat.
advent of
But,
really good
yeah, the
agents,
room's packed.
then these agents can ensure that they get more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of agents, have you seen
Are you a movie guy, sister?
Frazier? You know,
Yeah, that's pretty.
his agent in it, she's evil, but she's a really good agent.
I wouldn't get a lot of anything.
Which is just, it's hilarious. My daughter should be down there anyway. with a few things.
It just, I know, like, when Norman Reedus did the Dragon Con,
Yes.
or like one thing, it was like insane what they wanted for an autograph, but I think that, that was his, with his.
Charlie?
Yeah.
This is we're streaming it on the Scarefest TV YouTube page.
Oh.
So you're live. Do you need the computer or anything?
No, I don't really have any ghost pictures.
Cool, well,
Awesome. She's bringing in some stuff for you guys.
our next seminar is Mr. Charlie Romans, who has a podcast called Shadows of Legend. And make sure you follow him on social media. So take it away, sir.
Okay, we can do that. It's funny, I never have a problem talking, but when I do the podcast, I try my best to listen. Because really, it's not my story, it's your story. Whoever calls in and wants to share their brushes with the paranormal. And after listening to these stories for several years, there's certain things that, are recurring, certain things and everything. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. What is a haunting? And I guess more importantly, what is doing the haunting? And how does this occur? Yeah, we think historically something that's haunted is an old crumbling castle, or maybe a manor sitting out in the woods with weeds growing up around it, and you can hear the wind howling and everything. But honestly, I've found just as often it's people's living rooms that are haunted. They see things darting through the shadows. I mean, these are, normal homes. And part of the problem is, the issue really, is that I don't think we really understand what a haunting is. Some hauntings are by human spirits, our dearly departed or strangers that have passed away. But in the overall community, you start to see that there are other spirits at play. And we know some of these spirits. Most people refer to them as angelic spirits or demonic spirits, and they're known to haunt locations and they're known to possess people. But then there's other, it seems almost as random spirits. It's like animals. Do animals have a soul? People have been talking about this for years. Do animals actually have a spirit? Well, I personally believe they do. You look in an animal's eyes and you see a form of intelligence. I mean, it may not be higher intelligence, what we think of it as, but there is intelligence there. And whenever there's intelligence that exists, I believe that endures, because as you look at each other, turn around, look at your neighbors. That's not what you're seeing isn't that person. That person is really what's inside. I mean, there's so many memes about it. You're in a bone mech with a meat suit on a rock flying through the universe at thousands of miles an hour. What are you going to be afraid of? But and those are funny, but really it's what's inside that counts, because it's the animating force. Now that's energy. And science will teach us that energy is neither created nor destroyed. So if it's there and the body passes away, where does the energy go? Now, for today's discussion, how does something get haunted? Well, there's the standard answers. A traumatic death in a location will make for a very disturbing haunting. A very beloved location. It's like someone who loved their home and loved their neighborhood had been reported to they stay there after their body passes away. It's their home, and their people, their neighbors are there, so they want to be attached to that place. Now, in other instances, these spirits that are left over attach themselves to people. Now, there's many different thoughts about that. If you want to go back to the original, talking about angelic spirits and demonic spirits, well, of course, we've all probably seen The Exorcist. Demonic spirits want to attach to you and drive you insane and essentially pollute your soul. But why do these things happen the way they do? Why does one person, for instance, experience the supernatural and another person doesn't? Is it that one person is more sensitive and the other person is oblivious? Possibly. I've interviewed a lot of people, and ironically, people who have reported psychic energy, the psychic abilities, they seem to be, if not haunted, they're followed, because all these spirits surround them. I'll give you a couple of examples. One of my earlier podcasts was with a lady named Pam Church. Now, Pam had a lot of different paranormal experiences. Now, I personally knew Pam. I actually grew up with her. She's a little bit younger than me, but I knew her most most of her life. Unfortunately, we lost her. She passed away from cancer. But she would have numerous experiences of these spirits competing for her attention. And this ran the gamut from, just normal energy to really vicious and violent energy. And Pam was like a little, a little bulldog. It scared her, but she stood up to it and didn't make it go away, unfortunately. But she would stand up to it and she would argue with these spirits and she interacted with them. Now, why did these spirits take the time to attach to her? There were other people around. Well, it's possible that if you look at it this way, whenever they, like in film, whenever they show ghosts, everything else is in color and the ghost is kind of gray and faded out, things like that. It's because they're in a different, essentially, dimension that touches ours. And they can't really make that connection. Well, then someone like Pam comes along. Someone who has a certain type of energy that generates light and color to these spirits. So of course they're going to be drawn to it like moths to a flame. And I believe too with this, in Pam's case, that this ability, if you call it that, was generational, because her mother and her daughters have both experienced the paranormal and haunting in different locations. That's what follows. She in the interview, she was talking about her daughter who happens to be autistic. They were at a cemetery because they were looking at some statuary at the cemetery, and her daughter was seeing these spirits. And Pam was quick to say, "Tell them they can't follow us home." So, but she had picked up on the spirit of someone who had been murdered there. Now, conversely, for a haunted location, another interview I did was with a gentleman named Jeff Duty. He was in 2 separate locations that was haunted, that was full of paranormal energy. But Jeff himself isn't haunted. None of this followed him home. He was aware of it. He experienced it. He was in a group home for, we'll say, troubled teenage boys. So when you're in that situation, they have a rigid schedule. You come in the evening, you have a time, they've got to, shower, do homework, whatever, and then be in bed. So Jeff would sit there all night after these young men were in bed, and he kept experiencing paranormal activity. Well, in that specific case, this was located at a building that used to be an old TB hospital. So there were numerous deaths and not a lot of, it was tragic, but it wasn't like nefarious. It wasn't like anyone got murdered there, but there was a lot of people there and a lot of energy because people would go there to die. And these people just never went away. And Jeff would pick up on these things at night. Either activity like slamming doors, and there would be, one thing he described, he saw a swirl of colors in the air. I said, well, Jeff, that sounds suspicious, like a portal to somewhere trying to open. Another location was at a state park. When he was a park ranger, he would continually see figures going through the downstairs. It was all locked. There was no access from the outside when he was working. And then there was the recurring theme of, this is kind of strange. You would be, it never happened when you were on the right floor. But Jeff would see this on the second floor and look over there. He wasn't the only one, by the way. A gentleman dressed in, just completely dressed. They would walk over and get into the swimming pool. And this happened numerous times, and numerous people saw this. So you have to wonder, this entity here, this person, presented itself as human. Why was it stuck to this location? It never spoke to anybody, never interacted with anyone. So What's the genesis of that? And the short answer is we really don't know. We make suppositions and things of that nature. But we're really not sure why people remain. And you hear different people talk about it in different ways. Sometimes if a person passes away, sometimes they're afraid to go to the next, well, I hesitate to say level, but next existence. So they remain here. Honestly, there'd be 350 ghosts in this room right now, and we don't really have the technology. I mean, they use a lot of tools to ghost hunt and everything, and a lot of those tools are good. But we don't really have, okay, this is the ghost camera. So, okay, there's 12 ghosts sitting over there in the corner. But so we really don't know, and we can't ask that. I just like, in the instance of Pam Church, I knew her in her whole life, but I can't talk to Pam anymore. So I can't ask her, hey, how's the spirit world treating you or something along those lines. So all we can do is gather evidence. And we gather this evidence in the best way that we know possible. Part of the way to do that is research. If you have a location that's haunted, then you try to get, find out what happened there. Like in the instance of the case with Jeff Duty, that was a TB hospital, and it was used for a while after that for technically a mental health facility, but not so much. But all that energy swirling around there. And I would hate to think that those spirits were trapped there simply because they didn't know how to get out. That would be truly tragic. But in a case like that, it would almost have to be the case. Now, a lot of times it's both. Spirits, depending on what kind of energy they have, can attach themselves to you whether you want them to or not. Some people are more sensitive and more susceptible to attachment, but a more powerful spirit could just, grab your shirt collar and ride you out of the building they're stuck in. And in a lot of cases, these blend over. I mentioned that, psychics and mediums, I believe all psychics and mediums are moderately haunted. Because what happens, they pick up on these spirits, and a lot of them will talk about spirit guides and things like that. So they're inviting spirits to talk to them. Doesn't mean that the spirits that are talking to them are the only ones that are there. It's kind of like opening a door and putting a chalk in it. So here it is, come on in. So people can pick up numerous attachments like that. And if you feel as though that's happened to you, then you need to consult someone that may be able to remove that attachment from you. If for no other reason, you really don't want people spying on you, whether they're alive or dead. So, what is your opinion on this? What do you think? Do you have any personal experiences with haunting? And do you think that maybe you might be haunted? Yes.
I think me and our family think we were haunted by the spirit of our daughter. She had passed away one night from a rare brain aneurysm, and we found her passed away on the floor. And like any parent, it was the most tragic thing you can ever go through. We still haven't gotten over it. It's been nearly 15 years since then, but afterwards we heard her voice in the house, and we felt like she was still with us in the house. And when we would watch TV, I would lay on my back or my stomach, and she would climb on my back and sit. And then about 4 or 5 days after after the funeral, I felt a light weight climb on the bed and then climb on my back at the same time. So, and we moved out of that house because my wife, had so much, trauma from it.
That's understandable.
And we keep on wondering if she is still attached to us or is her spirit is still in that house. Because we just, worry is like, we do not know if she's still on the earth plane or whether she's moved off or not. And it still troubles us. We don't know whether she's still with us in spirit, whether she's still in spirit at that house, which is occupied by another family, or whether she has transitioned to the next, plane. So that's it's very troubling too.
Well, now, have you spoken to the other family that lives there and see if they have any activity?
I've thought about it, we've thought about it, but I think it would be incredibly, weird and awkward just to randomly show up at that house and kind of ask, what's going on. Because even though paranormal, the realm is more, acknowledged in mainstream nowadays,
Yes.
it's still pretty much taboo, topic when you go up to random strangers, because you don't know whether they're going to be very open to it or not, or receptive. You don't know whether they're going to be overtly religious, about it, that you're talking about Satanism and evil doings.
Right.
You really have to. You really have to tread lightly, and it's almost like walking on eggshells, on that. But we've thought about it because it's troubled us over the years.
Well, in that case, what I would recommend seeing a reputable psychic and maybe have them do some research on it, because, and this is my opinion, but I would think in that case, if your daughter's spirit, if that was the case, she'd be more inclined to be attached to you than she would the home.
I would like to think so, but child spirits, from what I have, read and done, research on, is they are still, they're still people without bodies, and
Right.
and I don't know what their awareness of is on that plane, whether that she thinks we're still there in the house, or whether that we've moved on. We don't know what kind of time flow goes, with people in that spirit realm. So maybe she exists on a time frame, maybe that is like the past, the present, and the future is all somehow tied into one thing. So maybe she's not cognitively aware of the passage of time, or
Which is a possibility, because time's a physical convention. So if you step outside of the dimension where time's a thing, then it's irrelevant. I was talking to a gentleman, it's been several years ago, his brother passed away, and he was very religious. And I was missing his brother. I said, well, if you live another 40 years, you miss your brother every day. But your brother could be sitting in heaven looking at his watch, say, oh, my brother will be here any minute. So the passage of time, you're right, and the perception of time, because you've removed yourself from that mechanic. But if it were me, I would consult, like I said, a reputable medium or psychic. There's a couple of them right here in the building today, and do some research on that, because I think it might give you some comfort.
I do have a limited medium, a unique ability to myself. I can sense energies and feelings. I'm quite empathic, because I can feel someone's, emotions, and when I go into certain locations, get a specific kind of energy and feeling, and just thoughts, kind of go through my mind. It's unrefined, and it's more, I haven't developed it enough to where I can be consciously aware of what I'm sensing. I've not been trained enough just to be able to hone that skill.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned training, because one of my other interviews was from a lady from Great Britain named Sandra Moses, and she belongs to a church, and they do train people who have psychic abilities. But it sounds like you specifically might be the perfect candidate for some sort of attachment because of the sensitivity. So did you do anything like ghost hunt or anything like that?
I used to do paranormal research about 10 or 15 years ago, but when I got married and I got kids, I quit practicing because of attachments, because
Right, yes.
when you do research, you always have that chance of possibly bringing back whatever comes with you or it follows you on the investigation
Exactly,
to
yes.
bring it back to home. And I don't want to put my wife and my kids through that.
Well, no, you don't want to bring something into the home that doesn't belong there.
Exactly.
And in a lot of cases, like for spirits, we're basically they're hitching a ride. We're their vehicle out of that particular place or something like that. So does anybody else have any experiences that they thinking that they themselves may be haunted, or have you experience with a extreme haunted location?
I've worked at a group home for delinquent boys, like your one guest, and now I currently work at a facility for clients with mental health and other mental disabilities. But that place was previously a Civil War hospital.
See, there's a lot of violent energy there. Go ahead.
Yeah. I've seen anywhere from white spirits, black spirits, experience like faucets, doors closing, lights turning on and off, people getting grabbed and books being thrown off shelves when nobody's around.
So is there any certain time of day or night that this happens?
It's mostly toward evening into midnight and after. You don't really notice much throughout the daytime, but once it starts getting dusk and darker is whenever most of the activity starts.
Now, are there other people in that area that work at that location reporting that?
The building I work in is lived in 24/7.
Well, what I was getting at was, are other people seeing this activity?
Yes. There's kind of like a little club that works there that we talk about it all the time whenever we work together. What we've seen on which building, on ground, and stuff like that. So.
Now, is there any kind of communication, or is it just the activity?
Just activity. There's one client that we suspect has a darker force that follows him, but we can't bring anybody into.
Well, I'm assuming that the way you said that this is state funded.
Yes.
Things of that nature, and at this particular point in time, the government takes a dim view of anything that they think is splinter science. You're probably not going to get a grant from the agriculture department to research ghosts. Although it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. So, but has any of this energy followed you home? Have you experienced it anywhere except where you work?
I've never had it follow me home. Like, I never really had a home, seen anything in my current home. When I was younger, I experienced something. But ever since, that's only been at those workplaces.
And so you're not experiencing anything right now. You said you did when you were younger. Was this recurring or just a couple of instances?
Just one time whenever I was young. I went to bed late. I was probably in my early teenage years. Laid down, had my back facing the doorway. Felt like something was staring at me. And then I turned over. There's a lady in a white dress just floating in the doorway. She notices I notice her. She goes down the hallway and then through the basement door and then through the basement wall and disappears.
Now, was this recurring? Did you experience it multiple times in there? Or
Just one time.
See, sometimes that's what happens. If there's no interaction or limited interaction, they consider it to be a residual haunting. And it is tied to the location. And we really don't know, since there's not much interaction, we don't know if, in like the Civil War, for instance, a soldier dies there and that energy is imprinted on the location. So the energy just moves back and forth and you can experience it, but you can't interact with it. You can't affect it or anything else. But if that same Civil War soldier were to follow you home or start speaking to you, then there's a chance that you might have an attachment.
Right.
So, anybody else have any experiences they want to share? I think energy is the key. And I used to explain it this way years ago, well, 40 years actually. A lot of times it's like a dry cell. This energy stored. And then we walk through a room or a field or wherever something is stored. And then our energy activates that battery and the battery turns on and things start. Or our energy opens up gateways. The scary thing about this is it doesn't have to be intentional. Never mind the fact that we've got dozens of movies here at Scarefest, actors from dozens of movies that involve negative spirits and all those other things. But it doesn't necessarily have to be intentional. It's just our energy might match that energy. And when in the case of empathy and things of that nature, then it has a tendency, it will latch onto us. Well, imagine that it's, to me, now I've always thought it's kind of like attracting a moth to a flame. And people, that spirits will see certain individuals that shine for them, they attract them. And it's as simple as if there's 50 people in a room and 49 of those people can't hear you, can't see you, don't acknowledge you at all, but the one person out of the 50 sees it and can see you and acknowledge you, of course they're going to attach you. So the attachment from spirits doesn't necessarily have to be bad. I think in a lot of cases it's, well, as simple as loneliness. The spirit wants to be acknowledged because they wanted human companionship when they were alive. Once they passed away, they still need companionship of some sort. So anytime somebody offers even an unwilling companionship, that they're going to take it. Now, it can be inconvenient, of course, to have attachments, because I've had numerous, well, one lady on my podcast, there was a ghost that was attached to her, and it was mischievous. And she was upset because she thought she'd hurt its feelings and run the ghost on. Because one day she had to pick her kid up from school and she couldn't find her car keys because the ghost had her car keys. So she was really, forceful and told her that she needed her keys back right there. Well, the keys materialized, but she never saw that particular, or interacted with that particular spirit again. So I'd like to hear some of your theories. What do you think this is about? It's not really about me telling you things. I want to know what you think. Do you believe in attachments? Do you believe that any kind of spirit can just latch onto you against your will? Or do you think that we can just brush them off as we want to? Should put the table close to the podium. My short answer to this is that I believe that you can invite spirits to attach to you. That's why you're watching a lot of these ghost hunting shows that they'll say that, well, first they'll invite them to interact. But a lot of them will say at the end of the shows and stuff, they'll say, you can't attach, you can't follow us, and things like that. But there are some extreme cases where it doesn't matter what you do, it's going to attach you anyway. And you always have to be careful when dealing with any kind of spirit, because that's just like you could walk up to me and say, your name's Sally or Sam or whatever, and I can take that at face value. But I can see that you're actually a person. You're a man, you're a woman. you're younger, you're older, whatever. I can visually perceive that. But spirits don't have that restriction. Again, one of the interviews with Sandra Moses, she's a psychic medium, and she was discussing this with a woman. This woman was talking about her angel. This angel just came to her and attached to her, and it was giving her advice on all sorts of things. Well, Sandra discovered that it wasn't really an angel; it was a nefarious spirit. But before they could get the attachment broken, this angel had convinced, and I say in air quotes, a angel had convinced this woman to make some really bad investments with her money, so she was pretty much destitute by the time they got that broken. And then, being a nefarious spirit, any harm they can do, emotionally, physically, and in this case financially, benefits them, because negative spirits feed off negative energy, the same way a positive spirit would feed off positive energy. So, has anyone had a negative experience that they'd like to talk about? I see you smiling, but you don't have to say anything if you don't
No, I
want to.
haven't.
Okay.
I've been told I'm very closed off to all of that anyway, so I've never had an experience that I recognize as such, good or bad.
Well, I wouldn't beat myself up over that.
Oh, no, I'm happy. I'm good with that. I'm interested, but not like that.
Well, I mean, you can be interested in something in theory. It doesn't mean that you want to immerse yourself in it. And several of the interviews, I'm going to cross, I guess, genres here. Several of the interviews where I've had on the podcast where people have talked about Sasquatch, for instance, they've been advised just ignore it, don't pay attention to it by older people. Well, that's all coming back. That's also a philosophy from the spirit world, right? You can ignore it, and if you ignore it and don't give it place, then most of it will eventually go away. I mean, it's simple. Why would you keep talking to someone and then say, no, you're not answering? How many times are you going to call somebody before it goes to voicemail? So on some of the minor negative issues, it will go away. And if you choose not to believe, then you won't see much. It would have to be at an extremely haunted location or an extremely haunted person before we get through that denial. On the other hand, if you believe everything's a ghost, then you're going to see ghosts and experience ghostly activity no matter where you go or who you are. So what's the general consensus? Do you think, what do you think is more common? Is it more common to have a haunted house or a haunted cousin, for instance?
I'd say probably places are more likely to be haunted than people, in my opinion.
Okay, why is that?
More tragic or untimely deaths probably happen in places more so than around one particular person.
I see. Well, there's a lot to that, because for one thing, a location is stable. It's known quantity. There's no real variables. Okay. So energy could be imprinted and be released, like I said, like the dry cell theory. So, but some people, of course, are their own power source, you could say, and are extremely haunted. I interviewed one lady, and she'd had several people come in and cleanse her home. She'd had an exorcism done, and I think at last count, she'd spoken to a Reiki healer, and she was still haunted, and then followed her to multiple different locations. And someone like that is living a tormented life, and they need to be helped how possible. But it would be easier for a prison cell for a Civil War location to be haunted.
I think maybe a person would be more haunted, would be more an attractive candidate for haunting because I believe places have a limited source of energy, whereas I feel like if if a person just is like its own energy generator, it continuously feeds energy and it doesn't drain as much. So maybe that spirit or whatnot is maybe that it's attached to more active energy that a person is constantly giving off, and somehow it feeds the spirit, so to speak.
Well, there's a distinct possibility because of course, people are self-generators. We manufacture energy every day. So yeah, it would give a constant source of food if you have no way to look at it. So, and if in a case, especially negative energy, if an entity wants to torment someone, well, then it generates fear. Fear generates energy of a darker sort. So they're basically using people as power sources. Now, do you have any idea how you think a person would break that cycle if they thought that they were being tormented? It's just an opinion question.
How they would break it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable on personal hauntings, but just the general feeling out there is just ignore the spirit, just so it doesn't give them the satisfaction of talking to it. Maybe just, I guess, trying to make yourself not as appealing. And I'm not exactly sure what kind of of technique would be used to do that. I mean, sage smudging, cleansing. I mean, sage is supposed to release positive energy and clean the air, but I guess it also depends on what kind of entity that we're dealing with, whether we're dealing with a common person or maybe a malevolent energy that has never taken on a human form. It's just, there's a whole lot of variables, with the paranormal. I mean, you just got to know what you're going to deal with before you can know about the possibility of trying to break that attachment.
Well, it's true. One thought on that is that people themselves have the ability to refuse attachment, to refuse to tolerate the way spirits act, which would help in a lot of different cases, I would think. And as you mentioned, there's sage and there's other things. There's, religious rites like exorcism that would banish negative energy and negative spirits. And I guess the point is, and the main thing you consider is this: you'd have to discover what type of spirit you're dealing with. It's like we mentioned, if it's a human spirit. One of the showrunner here, Wes Forsyth, has been on my podcast, and he's done some ghost hunting and things like that. He's got experience in the field, and he said something funny. He said, "Look, if they're a jerk when they're alive, they're going to be a jerk when they're dead." So a lot of the negative energy we experience isn't necessarily a demon or a nefarious spirit. It may just be the spirit of a human that was a horrible person when they were alive. And it would be two different ways to expel that. I mean, a human spirit could be, I would think, I hesitate to use the word banish. We'll use expelled faster than something that, like for instance, a demonic spirit, which is an entity that it can generate its own power. I mean, it's not limited. It's not our plane of existence. So even though it is feeding off negative energy of living humans, it has its own power to start with. And ideally, hundreds, if not thousands of years of experience doing it. And I guess at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter if it's the place or the person haunted so much as dealing with the issues and the damage that's done. If a person deals with ghosts, for instance, from daylight till dark, all their waking moments, then that has to make for a miserable existence. Some people, like in the case of psychics and mediums, they do interact on a daily basis, but it's more of a controlled interaction, because it's not like they walk in the living room and then boom, here's Bob the ghost, you know. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, what happens when individuals are haunted, it starts at a young age, and then it overshadows their lives. And I've had several people report and say that these experiences have led them to things like alcoholism and drug abuse and things like that, which is unfortunate. And unlike a physical condition, there's not really much sympathy for the general public and not much treatment. Your HMO is not going to cover a Reiki healer. They just won't. But and because of that fact, that person would need that worse. So a lot of people they suffer in silence because they don't talk about it, because they don't want to think they're crazy, but they're seeing things and experiencing things that are horrible, and then they don't get the help they need simply because they're afraid to ask. They're afraid people might phone them. Now, of course, if it's a haunted location, at the end of the day, I mean, you could always tear the building down, burn what's left, and salt the earth, and then walk away from it. So you could leave. If that location's haunted, you can raise it to the ground and then just never go around. But there's a fascination of living people, or I guess from living people, with dead people. It's not. We know that we don't need this. I discussed earlier. Our energy, it endures. And if you figure this is just the years we've been measuring, it's 2024. And honestly, the amount of dead people on the planet far outnumber the amount of living people on the planet. So that we're fascinated with this. And a lot of times that leads us into really bad situations and even worse decisions. But you don't have any questions that you'd like to ask?
I have a question.
Yes.
I went to do you know the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in Weston, West Virginia?
Yes.
I went there and it's like a green looking ball, and it
Okay.
moved from one picture to another. And then in the second one, I had realized I was sitting inside of a car. I had got a piece of the window in the first picture, so I just tilted the phone down and took another one, same time frame, which happened to be a triple digit. It's 555.
Okay.
And it went from a green ball to like a glowing ball. What do you think those are? Do you think those are spirits or?
There's when you talk about orbs, there's so many different explanations. People who don't take that as evidence, they think, well, that's just dust, it's a bug, it's something like that. But people believe that that's an instance of spiritual energy. Have obviously a different explanation. I think that unless there was a change in atmospheric conditions, or just a change in your pattern of photography, it would seem to me that there's something intelligent there changing the color.
Yeah, it was green and it was kind of lower. And then, like I said, it was literally like here, and then I just tilted my hand just to get that piece of the window out of the corner of the picture.
I see.
And it was up higher, and it was like a glowing ball, and the light coming through some of the windows was different. It was like this, you could see through this window, but not this one, and then in the other pictures was the opposite.
So now, were you able to recreate that at a later date or anything like that? Did you go back?
We went back the next day, but of course there was nothing there.
Well, see, it's a difficult explanation. Like I said, if the condition was the same and it happened basically virtually the same time, tilting your camera just a little bit, unless there was some sort of ambient light or anything, I wouldn't think would change the color. So it would,
It's on my phone. I can show you later.
and there's spirits try to communicate in various different ways. There's noises and you know, in extreme cases, touch and damage to the person. But a lot of it is things like that. They'll change colors, they'll make lights flash, and things of that nature. I wouldn't discount it at all. But what I would do is maybe get a video expert to look at it and see if it could be, you know, determined to be something more normal than say spirit. On that subject, irony, my producer, I had an EVP. So, and now I may have skewed the experiment because I told him what was on the EVP before he listened to it. So he breaks this all down, he puts it on his tens of thousands of dollars worth of electronic equipment. And honestly, the EVP I was mentioning, he's, well, all I can say is that it's that voice doesn't belong to anybody else in this recording, and it was just audio. But then by putting it through there and essentially trying to disprove this, he found, I think, 2 other ones on there that I didn't even hear with just playback. So it pays to have things checked out, if nothing else, for your peace of mind. One of my guests on the podcast became a debunker, and I hesitated to even put this on the podcast, except that his goal was to see if I can explain everything in the most normal way possible, not to belittle or make fun of anyone. Because, as I said before, you know, it's your story, it's not my story. And you want to accept the evidence and look over the evidence and things of that nature. But if you tell me you saw a ghost, I'm not going to say, no, you didn't. And that happens a lot, which is why most people don't share their stories. And you know, you tell your friends, well, I saw this apparition out in the field last night. And they're like, you're crazy. And nobody wants to hear that, especially when you know what you saw. Now, even if what you saw was a trick of light or something like that, you don't want people to tell you you're crazy or don't think that. Funny story. I used to live in a little town called South Shore. And we moved into this house, and I kept hearing voices, muffled voices. My wife heard it too. And this went on for months. And pretty much most of the winter. And then when it started warming up, of course, I like fresh air. I mean, air conditioning's nice, but I like the fresh air and the breeze and everything else. So one night I'm in there in the back room, and I'm working, the room I used for an office, and I hear this disembodied voice say, "You're ready on pump 3." I'm like, what? And I remembered that I lived on the edge of the road, and about a half a block from me was a speedway. So what I'd been hearing were actually voices, but what I'd been hearing all that winter was the people coming out of the loudspeaker clearing the pumps. Now, that doesn't mean that it could not have been a haunting. That was just a funny thing that proved to be one. You know, my experience wasn't it. But I tell people another story too. You know, I'm not advising anybody to do that, but I do. My wife and daughter are allergic to cigarette smoke, so I walk outside to smoke. I live in a rural area. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I walk out on a cigarette. I walk on the front porch and I smoke a cigarette. So I'm standing here on this country road, and I hear things crashing out in the field. I think it's a deer because I've seen deer run out of there, but I don't know it's a deer because I can't see it. My hearing's not that great. I can't smell it. So it could be anything. It could literally be a Bigfoot walking to the field next to my yard, next to my house. No. So don't just assume that evidence is accurate or or inaccurate, and it has to be, it has to be challenged and it has to be gone over and examined. It's like if you think that you've picked up an attachment, there's a good possibility you have. Because, I mean, if I go home tonight and I suddenly, start hearing, people whispering over my shoulder and things like that. I don't live next to the gas station anymore, by the way. So if I go home tonight and start hearing people whispering in my ears, there's probably something strange going on. So I need to check that out. But, well, I've burned up almost an hour here. Do you have any more questions? Yes.
I do. What are your thoughts on residual hauntings, and what are the variables used to actually create a residual haunting instead of an intelligent haunting? What do you think, enables location to have a residual haunt as opposed to an intelligent haunt where the spirit is actually there, whereas a residual haunting is just a piece of event looping over and over again?
Well, in the case of an intelligent haunting, then obviously a portion of, at least, of a person's spirit has remained in a location or attached itself to another individual. And that way you can ideally communicate with it. In the case of a residual haunting, as you mentioned, it's just, it's a playback. It's like a tape machine, okay? So, energy, the energy of a certain area, it could be anything from mineral deposits in the ground. It could be the materials that the home's made out of. It could be anything along those lines. And then when that energy escapes as a person dies, a certain amount of it is stored in that location. And we essentially, as we go through, we function as a switch that turns that light on. Or all the conditions exist to where it can just keep replaying in a loop. It could, let's say, for instance, you see, again, with a Civil War soldier, see, he walks through this room at 10 o'clock every night. It may just be that energy is stored there. So as the soldier walks through there, it expels the energy, not all of it, but exhausts part of it, and then it builds back up until the next day, so it can come all the way back around and replay itself again. But at that point, it's just a recording. Any other questions? Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I think we'll wrap this up and get ready for the next person to come in here and have their talk. Thank you very much for showing up.
Thanks, Charlie.
By the way, check out the podcast and send me a message if you have any stories you'd like to share.
What's the podcast name again?
Shadows of Legend.
Shadows and Legends.
Shadows of Legend.
Shadows of Legends.
There's an HDMI we use on the projector. Now, the projector cord's not real long, should reach to the. Okay.
I've got some cards here with a QR code to take you straight to the website. So, and you all grab a bag. Okay.
Have you all eaten?
Not yet.
There's food. So the doctor got some sandwiches. And cookies.
Awesome.
Right there, awesome. That green ball, and then Tom's name is 555. That's the one that I was talking about.
You definitely change.
I've got a projector. It also will live stream from the Scarefest TV
atmospheric
YouTube page.
in that much time to change the color. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Would you like a bracelet? Black or blue?
Okay. Good. Light's good.
Water down in here. People don't have a mask. Excuse me. Sure.
Thank you. Get off.
Thank you.
We have too much light, or you need me to bring it down a little bit, or? Okay. Yeah, because it's easy to push it out.
Keep her smiling.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, afraid I can't knock that wall over. It's like 5 bucks on big foot. You should be careful what you wish for. He's sure, I didn't have something. Maybe you may be able to jump.
Come on, all the way down here, all the way back here, and down there.
You all have a wonderful evening.
You'll need to go over there, though. You love it, you are to be for free. Is your life good?
I look good.
That looks
Okay.
better.
Yeah.
Where in Western Kentucky?
Huh?
I said, where in Western Kentucky do you all go?
Let's say everywhere.
We've been all over the United States.
Okay.
But her books are basically in Kentucky. What the first book that she has is McCracken County.
Okay.
Places there, she comes story. This is her latest book that's coming out December 1st.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then I've already got ideas for 3 and 4.
Very cool. Well, there's always some place with a creepy story behind it, so.
Oh, I've got 2 creepy stories today that I'm gonna share.
Very cool. Oh, actually, I'm gonna open the door. I apologize. That's on me. I am very sorry. You all want me to leave the door open or close it when you start?
Now, leave it open.
Okay.
People can actually possibly come on in.
Yep, that works. Now, the power cord, you're gonna have to stretch, because I don't have anything up here to plug it into. It's either the wall behind you or over here.
We should be able to do it, right?
Well, yeah, there's no plugs on this one here. The only thing, there's 2 slots and they're taken up by the,
Yeah, we run an extension.
That my first road,
excellent.
Oh, come here.
Yeah, they are.
So have y'all started watching the Halloween movies yet?
Yay and nay. I mean, he's watched a couple that I watched.
I watched The Terrifier.
Yeah. For Halloween, as long as I get to watch Charlie Brown, I'm good.
I mean, I've seen all the Halloween movies.
Oh, yeah.
But I wanted to know what the hype was for The Terrifier.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the #1 movie in the nation right now, and basically almost the world.
Yep.
So I had to start from the first one, go to the second one, see the third one, but then people are like, oh, by the way, you need to watch Night Circle and also All Hallows Eve. I'm like, what are those? Well, those are book prior. Oh.
You know, it's still, ultimately, it's a story about a really creepy fucking clown, and that's what it comes down to, because clowns scare people.
Yeah.
You know? Whether it's Terrifier or Pennywise or whatever.
She really doesn't watch any horror movies. I mean, I got her to watch Smile.
Well, I mean, it depends on what the horror movie is. I just don't get into slasher.
Well, it's more than terrified, more than a slasher.
You know, deep down, my favorite's probably Young Frankenstein. Mel Brooks.
Some of the stuff, and she's like,
It's a comedy, but it's so much fun.
yeah.
Now, I can get into Conjuring stuff. I can get into Annabelle stuff. I can get into all that dimensional stuff. But as far as, and I can watch, Michael Myers movies.
Halloween.
Yeah, I can watch those. Those don't bother me as bad. I don't remember.
They've gotten most of the cast of Halloween here at one time over the last couple of years. They had several of them here this year. But, well, Donald Pleasance, you know, who was the doctor or whatever in the first couple there, he's been dead for a while. And then I don't think they'll ever get Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis beat
She's kind of a super heavyweight in
Yeah.
terms of that goes. I mean, she's an Oscar winner and done a ton of other stuff.
Jamie Lee Curtis. I could probably never get Jamie Lee Curtis. She's like,
Heck, I don't even know if she does conventions.
she's an award-winning actress.
Didn't he finally get her?
They've never had her here. But like I said, she's kind of a super heavyweight for something like that.
I thought the last movie there's a finally get her.
They haven't had her here. Like I said, they've gotten just about everybody else.
Oh,
She's never done
I thought we were talking about Halloween. My bad.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they've had her obviously in Halloween stuff, but
Yeah, that'd be a lot of money.
yeah, like I said, she's kind of a super heavyweight
Well, I don't know.
for a
how
convention.
she's done Bad Eggs or X-Fan or whatever they're calling it in Utah.
Well, the other thing too, a lot of times when they get, because most of your celebrity guests have a guarantee,
Yeah.
meaning there's a certain amount of money if that they have to be paid if they don't make the stuff selling merch and photo ops and all that stuff. And and I don't know what hers is, but I'd have to think it was pretty high.
Yeah.
Because I'd heard that Mark Hamill, you know, Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, I've heard it was like $500,000. And there's a Comic-Con that goes on in the spring, and I've heard the reason that they don't get him is because they don't feel like he would make that money because the economy in the area is just not strong enough to do $500,000 for somebody. Now, I could be wrong, but this is what I've heard.
That's kind of like Nick Groff. I had Nick on here. All right.
You all ready to get started?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Okay, well, we have Paula and Gavin Kelly.
Yep.
We're going to talk about ghostly tales
And drama.
in drama in Kentucky.
Yay. I'm taking the first 20 minutes. He's taking the last 20 minutes. So this is how we're going to work it out. First, I'm Paula. And there we go. That's me. I'm a paranormal investigator. I'm a director, a producer, a researcher, a historian. Historian's a big part of my life. Photographer and author, which I am a writer. I have my first book with me. My second book, which is the Tales of Western Kentucky, which will be coming out this December. And this is what the two stories that I'm going to share with you guys today. That's in Western Kentucky. There's all of the stuff that I've been involved in. Now I'm going to talk about the Broadbent Seed Mill. So are you all from Kentucky or are you all okay? So do y'all know where Trick County is? No. Okay, it's a little place out in Western Kentucky. It's close to Cadiz, Kentucky. And basically, Broadbent Seed Mill was a symbol of innovation and success in Trick County. It was a very important seed mill. Actually, here's what the building looks like. It's no longer that anymore. Basically, the Broadbent Hybrid Seed Corn Mill became an important vesture in how our crop studies are up to this day. Because the gentleman's name was Mr. Smith Broadbent Jr. This is the gentleman.
He actually was an agricultural student at the University of Kentucky. His experiments in hydration of corn and led to the creation of a new hybrid productive. That's the reason why our corn yields are now more efficient than what it was back then. And he was able to design and revolutionize by using experiments at the University of Kentucky as a student, and he became a very noble person across the United States because of that procedure. And that's how he designed the broadbent hybrid. And he became a dependable seed corn person. He built the company in 1938 in Trigg County. And that was right before, during the World War II eras. And there he is again, talking about his different levels of corn and all that stuff. And right before World War II, that's when the draft became an important situation. And they were in the process of losing most of their employees and most of their farm room because they also grew their own crops that they experimented with and used that into the seed mill. And of course, they would mass production the corn, sending out to other farmers across the United States. And that became a tugboat during World War II. So they ended up making a contract with Fort Campbell. Anybody know where Fort Campbell, Kentucky is? And they ended up using Austrian prisoners because at that time, Fort Campbell was used as a POW camp. And they actually used Austrian prisoners from there to help run the factory, help run the farms, and help build the buildings that are around the main broadband. The broadband was used as being a building process for that too. And it was a very crucial time for everybody. And that goes into the stories. There's all kinds of newspaper articles. If you look up the broadband online, you can read more into detail of what was going on. The seed mill itself was a marvel of engineering. It was a towering, of course, we saw the 4-story building. It was all done with steel and actually ceramic tile. So you would see the brick inlay on the outside, but then we used ceramic tile as the inside area. And they actually had a chute that went down into tunnels underneath the building. And they were very vicious on all their things. In 1963, here's another picture of the building. Too bad I don't have any pictures of the tunnels underneath, but there is a 5-bedroom apartment that's on the building that they actually had a production manager that stayed there at all times because they never really technically shut it down. They kept it in operation. One of the interesting things that was at the broadband is that they had an elevator system, but it's not like the elevator system that we use now, where we just go, ding, open the doors, and we go inside. Their elevator system was a conveyor belt with steps on it. You stepped on, you hang onto a little rope, and you went up to the next floor, and you pray to God you didn't fall off. Because if you look down, if you were on the 4th floor, you would fall from the 4th floor all the way down to the basement. So that's where I'm going to get into a little story of something that happened there. But yeah, it would end up being, in 1963, it ended up going from a seed mill into country hams. Some of our famous country hams back before it shut down came from Trigg County. And it became a thriving business in 1970, and it became B&B Foods. I don't know if you've ever heard that name in Kentucky, but it's a very important name in Kentucky in the 1970s and 1980s. And that's where you would have their grand champions at the Kentucky State Fair. For 22 times they won the national ribbon, 22 times. And they are one of the main features to this day. They did sell the company. The company moved from Trigg County to Lyon County. It is still a production company to this day. It is called B&B Food. They're still recognized as a national ham recognition, sugar hams and salted hams. And they was one of the top ones across our nation. Now, we're going to talk about Trigg Terror, which is part of the broadband. How many loves haunted houses in general? Loves the scare factor of haunted houses. Okay, well, I'm gonna get into the truth terror part of it. There we go. Woo, we're gonna creepy little picture. Well, of course, we shut down the building. And in 2019, we're gonna fast forward to 2019, when Lee Baraboo, I keep pronouncing his last name, Baraboo, okay, sorry. He is known as his role in TV show called Walking Dead. I think you guys know what Walking Dead is. Well, he decided to take the building and turn it into a haunted attraction. And he turned it into what they call Truth Terror. It's actually one of the 23 locations. If you happen to go into the upstairs in the vendor hall, you would see a thing area that says Kentucky After Dark. It is listed on the Kentucky After Dark passport for you to go visit. So it's a very interesting place to go check out. Well, it opened its doors October 4th, 2019, and it became a haunted attraction that became well visited and everything, and it's great for thrill seekers. But here's where the paranormal of it becomes involved. There's been all different kinds of occurrences and circulations throughout town for the decade. There's been all kinds of stories. Footsteps going up and down the steps. They heard someone in the conveyor belt, even though the conveyor belt, if you actually visit to this day, is seized. It's rusted. It's not going to move. But people have actually heard. They thought it was part of an Halloween attraction there, but they've actually heard the conveyor belt moving that would actually transport people from one floor to the next floor. There's been unexplained temperature changes, and I'm talking about even though we're getting cooler outside, they would have actually certain areas that would actually drop significant temperatures by 10 to 15 degrees. Also, there's been different area occurrences. Town people have actually seen people walk. Well, gets called out there all the time. And they would be called because they would contact Lee and say, hey, I think somebody's in your building because we see lights going on. Someone must have like broken the building. So the law gets called out there a lot all the time, and they will go through the building and they can't find nobody. But yet they would see like somebody's in the glass, and you would actually see a shadow of somebody going from left to right of the building or right to left. Others have heard whisperings in like the workers that would come in there and work and get ready for the haunted season and work on crops and stuff. Mainly Lee and like 3 other people, they've actually heard whispering, like someone was like talking off in the distance, and they go check it out. There'd be nobody there. Well, as it had never been paranormally investigated before. So in April of this year, we were one of the very first ones that went in there and investigated. It was very interesting that we got. We've used all kinds of devices. We actually checked out the tunnels, and we had different kinds of devices that we used. Okay, we've got a light.
Footsteps, by the way.
Huh?
We need a footstep.
Are we going? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, we actually got sounds of somebody walking in the building and stuff. There we go. There we go.
That's
all right. And anyway, he decided to throw that little trick in there. But anyway, it was very interesting and very concepting that we had gotten a lot of stuff in the basement. But when we went to the 3rd floor of the building is where they would actually generate the seeds when it was a meal and pre-planting to get them ready for to do the experimental crops out in the field. So there'd be this long bench area where they would have the warming lights for. Well, at the very end, there's this room. And that is where all of our devices, and it was like, have you ever heard of a game called Red Robin? Right? To where you would have, Red Robin, Red Robinson, okay? Kind of the same concept, except you would have multiple people. So you would have this person doing something, this person doing something, this person doing something, this person doing something. Well, this would have to where all of a sudden this device went off. Seconds later, this device went off. This device went off. So this one, and it went all the way down here, and then it would repeat itself and go all the way back towards this room. Well, the second time it did that, we got a growl. And that's when I thought I needed to get my phone out and start taking pictures. Because I just felt there was something on that end that did not suit us well. And I'm going to show you, can't really see it. Let's see if I can get the second one. See if we can see it. Okay. I don't know, he's not showing up. We're not going to get a good shot of him. We're not going to get a good shot of him. Okay, but can you see? There's his nose, there's his eyes, there's one ear, there's one ear. Now, Trent County is famous for the dog man, and we believe we have caught the dog man at Trent Terror. Which, if you guys want to see the picture afterwards, it's better on here than it is up there, but we actually got it, and it was very, but we heard the growl before, and it was like a plain as day growl. So, now my second story is about Smithland Cemetery. Does anybody know what Smithland, Kentucky is? That's out in western Kentucky. Either it's about 20 minutes from Paducah, Kentucky, if you know where Paducah is. But here's Smithland. Yes, it is. Smithland is on a hill, and it faces to the right point of Cumberland and the Ohio River. It's right at the point where the rivers will split and join. And it is one of the oldest cemeteries in western Kentucky. It was used during the Civil War, because right next to the cemetery was Fort Smith. Now, Fort Smith, let's see if I can pull it up. There we go. There's a map. These were most of those people that are buried there came from. And this is like early 1800s. And so you have a lot of different cultural histories that is buried in the cemetery. But on top of that, that hill was used, there's Fort Smith, meaning it kind of reminds me of a partial of a type of star, but that's what Fort Smith is. There's nothing really left up there. There is some mound building left from where the fort was. People have actually found remnants of shell casings and buttons and stuff from that war, but it was actually a supply fort used during Lucius S. Grant, because Ulysses S. Grant troop besieged Smithland during the Civil War, and used the Gower House as his headquarters there. And anyway, there was a small battle there, and there was 13 men that got killed, and they were actually buried in that cemetery, because the cemetery had already existed before the Civil War. It was more closely to the present-day water tower there is now. But there was an interesting story about this gentleman. This name is Captain Dick Fowler. He is one of the spirits that haunts the cemetery, along with a big story I'll tell you here in a minute. And Dick Fowler was a boat captain. He was a well-known boat captain on the Ohio River. He was actually sailed, and he was the captain of the Pat Claiborne. And the Pat Claiborne, for one night, the boilers exploded outside of Allentown, Illinois. And it ended up killing him. He was actually asleep. His second in command was running the boat that night. He actually got killed while sleeping in his bunk in the captain's quarters. There were 17 men that actually got killed on that ship. But they say that he is one of the ones that haunt the area. And there's the boat. There's the Captain Pack. It was mainly a mail line boat, so to make sure the mail would go up and down the river. And then we have this gentleman. Does anybody have an idea of who this gentleman might be? He looks grumpy. That is actually Ned Buttline. Do you know who Ned Buttline is? He was a famous writer who wrote all the 5 and Dime stories of the Wild West. from Jesse James to Wild Bill Hickok and everybody in between. He was the ones that you would find in the gyp stories and the general stores for a nickel or a dime. He was also a gambler and a thief, believe it or not. And he had went to Cuba, and he was trying to make his wheels and deals because he was a traveling gambler, along with trying to find stories to write about. And he fell in love, by the way, fourth marriage, of a Cuban lady named Sabrina. So he married Sabrina and brought her back, and they were living in Nashville for a while until his debts caught up to him and people that were looking for him because he actually cheated in the gambling games and ran from his adventures. And he ended up sending his bride to Smithland, Kentucky. Well, eventually 6 months later, he decided to show up to Smithland to try to be a husband to his wife. Well, that didn't work out too well, and he was caught cheating on his wife along with cheating with the cards. Some soldiers, because at the time the Civil War was going on, and some of the soldiers got a little aggravated and figured out what he was doing, and they started out with a gunfight in the middle of the night, and he ended up leaving Smithland never to return. Well, with that left Sabrina. Sabrina ended up, she really loved Ned, even though he was a cheater and a gambler. And she eventually died of a broken heart. So they ended up burying her in that Smithland cemetery in an unmarked grave, but he didn't leave her any money. She actually was housekeeping for the Gower House, and in order for her to stay at the Gower House, occasionally he would send her a dime, but he was a broken man, he was a gambler. So they ended up burying her in a cemetery. Well, back then they didn't keep cemetery records very well. So 20 years had passed since her death, and there was a funeral going on, and of course you had your grave diggers that came and dig the graves. Well, they accidentally undid Sabrina, and it was too late in the ceremony to actually find another spot to be buried. So they put about 12 inches of dirt on top of her casket and buried the gentleman that was being buried that day on top of her, and they never moved his remains. So a strange man was buried on top of her. That's when the ghost hunting became a story of a legend or possible truth. To this day, people still say they see her to this day. And she is seen walking from the graveyard to the Gower House, which is right on the river. Between the Gower House and the cemetery, you're looking about 4 blocks. So you have a lady, she's dressed as a widow because she was very in black, and they had a veil over her hair. She was a shroud because her custom was they shroud their dead before they were buried. So she was shrouded in a black veil in her mourning dress because she played herself off as a widow because she didn't want to be a divorcee or a woman that had been jilted by her husband. So she played herself off as a widow. So she would actually walk the town in a mourning dress. And so they have seen her in her mourning dress, in a veil, walking Smithland from the graveyard to Gower House. From the Gower House to this little steppy they call the Eagle's Nest there. And they said that anybody that sees her, if she turns her head and looks at you, you will have a health problem within 72 hours. You won't die, but you'll have a health problem. That is the part that I'm still working on to investigate. I have had a couple of connections where local townsman says, yeah, so-and-so saw her 3 days later, he had a heart attack and was in the hospital. He did not die. But everybody's had a stroke relation, a heart relation that I've heard. Or they would have a near-death experience that involves a heart condition. And the story is led to, because she had a broken heart, she's breaking everybody else's hearts. So my experience that we had there is not necessarily, let's see, this is the kind of a picture that everybody has kind of talked about. It's not an actual picture of catching her, but this is actually a picture that someone has put in the local museum that someone had drawn and kind of give an idea of what people have seen of Miss Sabrina. And this is one of our investigations. Inside that cemetery is a very large mausoleum. It is the Gibbons Mausoleum. It's the oldest mausoleum that is there. It is one of the very first people that was buried there. They were very rich and very lots of money. For some reason, we don't really have a ghost story around them, but our evidence showed very high EMF readings around this. That is also where we got an EVP says, I'm here. Who's here? We don't know. This is still an investigating story that I'm looking into, but I always thought that was very interesting that we would have a mausoleum. Well, of course, it's kind of sort of made of a baseline limestone, which can be a very good conduit, but there's also other monuments and stuff out there that has limestone base that won't get that same reading. Also, outside of the mausoleum, and of course in the grass-wooded area, which where Fort Smith used to exist, while we were there, we actually heard like somebody walking through the woods. We go and kept checking out the woods. There was nobody there. Is it the soldiers from Fort Smith that's walking? We don't know. But we've had some interesting little tidbits of going here and that with all that. So it's one of these days we might actually go back and finish investigating that whole scenario again to see if I can find more answers to that whole story. Those are my two stories, and I'm giving it to other athletes.
Oh, God. Alrighty, here we go. So what I'm going to talk about is ghost hunting and sensationalism and social media. This is my first book that I've written. And my name is Gavin Kelly. I'm a paranormal investigator, editor, choreographer, actor. And these are the movies and TV shows and short films that I've actually been in. Now I've taken the reins of being a producer and a director for It's Films. But my latest thing is I am now an acclaimed author. And I've written 2 books with a 3rd book on the way. So what we're going to talk about is ghost hunting and social media. And as you know, it's all on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Well, let's figure out sensationalism. Basically, it is the use of exciting, shocking stories, language at the expense of accuracy in order to provoke public interest or excitement. Like demons attack a ghost hunter, trapped by a demon. How about chased by a demon? Even get better. Night I was attacked. The night we almost died. So why did I write this book? Get the word out. On Facebook, I would go ahead and actually see all these things that are going on, and I'm just like, okay, here's the deal. They're fake. Why do you do this? Why do you make this stuff up? And people are like, you know what, just leave them alone. Just scoot under the rug. Just you do you. So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I wrote a book. I figured it's the best way to go ahead and get this out. So, we'll talk about ghost hunting, social media, ghost hunting shows. How many here watch ghost hunting shows? Raise your hand. All right. Sure, just sit there in the corner. My favorite one of all is how social media influences and sensationalizes ghost hunting. Boy, oh boy, talk about it.
We're tired.
Yeah, I'm very tired. Ghost hunting shows and popularity. The impact of social media on paranormal investigations. Can anybody tell me what the 3 main factors are of impact on social media on paranormal investigations? Here's Jeopardy song. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Instagram Live. When you're out there doing a paranormal investigation, you're supposed to be doing a paranormal investigation. They're doing lives, and they're basically, their attention span is like, and all they're worrying about is who is watching them and how many people are watching them. It's like the whole era of investigating paranormal just went out the window. So from 2018 to 2024, the paranormal field, it was going great until fakes, frauds, liars, con artists, which are using the paranormal for their piggy bank. I'm not going to name any of them. I'm sure you guys have already seen them on YouTube because there's a lot of them. But we're going to go ahead and step back on chapter 1, the paranormal, when it was good. 2012, Paula had a house fire, and it uprooted some strange occurrences and activity in her house. At that time, I was watching what I felt it was like infrared war movies or something. Because growing up, my dad made me watch infrared war movies, and they're always doing, an infrared. They're always out at night. Well, I thought that's what it was. Until I realized it was guys running around with cameras in their hands and they're investigating. What are they investigating? That's what they're doing. So I'm like, oh, this is cool. So I'm going to watch it. I told her about it, and she said, that's kind of similar to what I'm going through. I'm like, what do you mean you're going through? And she told me she had this strange stuff. One of them was, there was old lady perfume coming from the dining room, makes its way down the hallway, and then just dissipates, gone. They had a bouncing ball that went straight down the hallway. Everybody opened up their doors and were like, what the heck was that? And you heard it. Her bed got kicked. When they had her brother-in-law there, he would put on a Western. Next thing you know, he'd come back, it's cartoons. Or it's, what was it, cartoons or NASCAR. The TV was changed all by itself. So I was like, okay, something similar to what I'm watching. At the time, Ghost Adventures wasn't really as big as they are now. So I was able to get a hold of Aaron Goodman. And I told him what we were going through. This is the time when I could contact him on Twitter, which is real easy. And I kid you not, he basically said, just do what we do. I'm like, what? He's like, no, I'm kidding. Don't do what we do. He's like, get yourself an EMF EMF detector. I'm like, what? He goes, something to do a blinky, blinky, beep, beep. I'm like, okay, no problem. So I went on to Amazon, found a whole bunch of devices that I could buy economically priced. We wanted getting a Ghost Meter Pro. I already had a digital recorder because I used it in college. My camera was a high 8 Sony Handycam. We're talking cassette, 8mm. So that's what I wound up using. So we killed the power in our house because that's what they do. We investigated our house. Lo and behold, while we were investigating, we wound up getting, we were using a box for the white noise because we didn't have an SD7 at the time, so we were just using an app. And we got a name, Frederick. Frederick. They came across. So we're like, who is here? I said, Frederick. Okay. So I propped the camera up in this one hallway, shooting straight into the bedroom, and we had another investigator who was in there joining us, snapping pictures on the GM camera. And basically, we went ahead and snapped a picture of what looked like an apparition on the view screen of my handycam. And then we got an EVP. Of course, then we didn't know what that EVP was, but it was "Leave Me Alone," real loud and eerie. And then, of course, a C EVP was "Get Out" or something like that. Everybody gets "Get Out," of course. So I compiled all that into a video. She did some research on it. Sure enough, Frederick was a 5-year-old little boy that died of whooping cough. And his father was buried in the backyard of the house because her house is actually built on a plantation. So there was the main building,
The main house is down.
main house down the street, and all the little sub quarters. And the old man lived in the buried in the backyard. So I compiled the whole thing, put it on YouTube just for peer review because I was like, all right, I want to see if people would say, hey, that is cool, or oh, you're full of it. Believe it or not, people actually took it. They're like, oh, this is neat. This is cool. I got contacted by a guy in South Haven, Mississippi, and it was for a independent network, GTN. And he's like, how long have you guys been doing this? I'm like, well, that's our first investigation, first video. He's like, I've watched lots of videos on YouTube, and I see people sitting there on the ground, cross-legged. Are you here? Can you make a sound? Nah. Why did he die? He goes, you had a camera, and you're going room to room to room. I really like that. I want to sign you to my network. I'm like, huh? He's like, yeah. I want to have more of that. So we signed up with the network GTN, and believe it or not, we did a world premiere September 1st, 2013. We gave them 40,000 viewers. Now we're just starting out. We don't know our butt from a hole in the wall. But since we were learning ourselves, we actually brought the viewers along with us. So if we got a piece of equipment and we're learning how to use it, well, the viewers are actually learning with us. So it's like a whole learning program. And of course, we called ourselves the Fantastic Ghost Hunters. There's the picture I was telling you about. There's a little boy on the view screen. This is the digital camera that took the picture. So it was just a real small GE camera. Now talking about the old man, that's him. That's old man Kerner. He's buried in the backyard. Had a birthday party, and we noticed there was a shadow. I don't know if you can actually see the outline, but it looks like his head is in the window looking in. You guys can't see that. I'll have to show you when we get done here. But this is Paula's house. This is another one that's just interesting. Huh? Your old house, yeah. Now these are houses that are actually part of the plantation. This one right here. I don't know if you can really see it, but there's a woman holding a baby. I mean, you can see the baby. But you know, like in Poltergeist, how they have 3 cameras by the staircase so they can actually try to capture the thing? Well, I did the same thing. This camera's shooting the bathroom. There's my handy cam, Big Daddy. It's filming that one, and then I had a Canon behind it. So this is the shot this is getting in the bathroom. This one took that shot. But you can see there's nothing there, but you can see it right there. So I was like, okay, so if there's something in there, show yourself. There it is. After you show it. Now, mind you, we just started out, and we're like hitting the gold mine on most of these things. And everybody wants to know, well, have you ever captured the Holy Grail? Now, we first started out, never done any of this stuff. In the mill. Watch this one. You can see a full body network. Well, maybe not.
Like I said, screen.
But on the high-end handy cam, actually capture something and do this number like he's running. You have to see that high cam. So, 13 episodes we gave GTN. During that time, Amazon Studios said we want to sign you. But you have to do a few things. They're not wanting us to fake stuff, thank God, because we won't fake. They're just like, okay, we're gonna have to probably change the name and do some cast changes. No problem. I got rid of my ex, she got rid of her ex. It's just us two.
Because there was bickering on the show.
Yeah. So now our whole thing is Gavin and Paula get 24 hours to investigate locations. We're in Paranormal Journey. It's on Amazon. And it was an original series in 2011. So you saw the old evidence. That's when we did the Fantastic Ghost Hunters. Now we kind of advanced ourselves up. Now, if you notice, we have not shown any fake stuff. We don't fake, we don't cry demon, we don't do any of that stuff. This is, we believe it's a portal.
This is in Kentucky also.
This is Central City, Kentucky, called the Weldon Manor. And I don't know if you can actually see this, but you see the girl? Well, keep watching this thing. You can see it. There's a stick figure going to show up, and he's going to wave. There he goes. We heard like a noise in the corner by the clown tent or whatever inside the building, and she decided to start taking pictures. And sure enough, you really can't see it, but it was like a blur or a blob right here until I blew it up and looked at it, and you can see there's a girl and her brother and grandmother. We didn't believe it until we actually looked at it. And you can see it. I mean, you can see her face and her black hair.
And the old lady did die in the building.
Walden Manor. This is another one. This is Shadow Hallway at Old South Pittsburgh. You see a shadow go through? No? Maybe. I wonder if I can go back to it. Will it let me? Probably not. Oh, there we go. Maybe. You see it? Christina's like, move, I can't see. But it looks like it was an older gentleman and a child walking that way. And the thing is, when I set this up, normally you put a camera going out the door, and that's it. No, I had one going out one door angle, and I had another one going this way. So it was this way. So we were sure to get something in the crosshairs. And believe it or not, we did. Who knows about the Monroe House? Hartford City, Indiana. Really? Well, this one, you're actually going to see a camera move by itself. This is Matt Benton inside our command center watching the DVR. And you're going to see the screen pop up. This one right here. This was the planet room at the Monroe House. You see the sensor go off, which is a motion sensor. There's nobody in that room. I'm outside with Matt, and there goes the camera moving by itself.
Where's channel to that? No, they're in the living room.
Yeah, sound.
Are you guys moving the camera?
And it'll move again, so it'll move twice. And the thing is, on the position, our camera rig basically, the round metal base with a mic stand, you know, mic over, and then clench the camera on. Watch it, you'll see him slam into it.
There's something moving the camera.
Boom. So we're all enough force that he hit and that, and the camera went back to where it was. We tried everything to debunk that. We jumped on the cable, we jumped up and down, nothing. We could not replicate that camera moving by itself. But we got it on footage. This one is Cold Blue in Melbourne Manor.
We have a patient down, cold blue.
If you say Cold
We need to
Blue,
call the doctor, we have an emergency.
an orderly or a nurse will just zip on down the hall. You'll see why.
This is in black.
And you'll see. Yeah. Scared her so much that she fell backward right into me. Let's see, Octagon Hall in Franklin, Kentucky. We were in the second barn, second floor. Heard a noise, it sounded like somebody threw something. So that's what we do, start taking pictures, that's what you always do. If you hear a noise, take a picture in that general direction. Paula got the head-on version, another investigator got the profile version. Does that look like a Mexican cowboy to you? I say it does. Got the broad shoulders, looks like he's got a bolo. I swear he does. Look at the shoulders. And they're, yeah. I thought it's a Mexican cowboy. Ohio State Reformatory. Now this one she has to show, because I never find it.
Oh.
It's really weird how it happened. Me and another investigator were in the tunnels under cell block B, and security team was actually watching their DVR system. And they're like, there's somebody down there. They saw a black mask walking around in the locker room. So he took his phone out and he videos it so he could show people. They ran the DVR back, it wasn't there. He ran his phone back, it wasn't there either. But they all saw it when he recorded.
Yeah, we had several witnesses to it.
Now this one, there's a face somewhere in there.
You have to start with here. There's a nose, there's an eye. It's a parted hairline to the left. Parted headline to the left. So there's a parted hairline, there's a hair. and you can see part of it, face, better detailed over there. But there's the face, part of the shoulder. It's kind of like the picture is like this, to where you're only getting like this part of the picture, and you're getting only his shoulder, 3/4. I mean, this part of the face is missing, but you can see the hairline, the part. The picture's better on the laptop than it is on here, but that was in the basement because we kept telling him there was something in the basement. Everybody kept telling him there was something in the basement. And like I said, he was down there going to set a camera up to see if we could catch anything while we're not down there. And that's the picture I caught.
And that's what we captured. So, you notice all of our stuff, real, legit. You look at the ones that are now out there on YouTube. They go ahead and then clickbait it. They go ahead and put their own little titles up. Present. 2024. Surviving 12 hours of red eye demon. The night I was attacked. Surviving my scariest encounter. We survived scariest demon encounter ever. How about trapped in the real demon house? No such thing. My thing is, if these YouTubers that came over from 2018, because their content grew stale, they figured the paranormal was the best way to go and make money. If they actually encountered a real legitimate demon, A, they're going to run screaming like a girl, wet themselves, or if it is a real demon, they're probably going to claw the heck out of them. They can live to tell. But look at these, surviving the scariest hotel in the world, trapped in a real witch's forest, escaping the most terrifying night of our lives, surviving my scariest encounter. I mean, it just goes on and on. Banned video from a demon hotel. Sure. Demon caught on camera. I have yet to see one. Demon attack caught on camera. Really? There's proof right there. Scary, yeah. That's how these YouTubers are making their money off the paranormal. They're basically using it for their own financial gain. And they also get the most incredible evidence. We've been doing this since 2012. We've never gotten anything that these guys are getting. Debunkers. I kind of like the idea of having debunkers, but when you have one pioneer guy doing the debunking, he's a pioneer. Once other people see that, they're like, hey, we can do the same thing. So they're going to take the exact same video, regurgitate it, put their own little spin on it, and then upload it. It's the same thing as with the paranormal. I mean, I like what they're doing, but no. The sensationalism harming the credibility of genuine paranormal research? Yes or no? Well, of course it is. Why? They don't obey the rules. Damage to properties. Rewriting history at locations. How about faking and staging evidence? Damaging the property. There's a certain duo that actually has movies that have been playing in cinema. Sure you know what I'm talking about. Had been caught roundhouse kicking the head off of a Boo Bear sitting on the couch at the Bel Air house, captured on CCTV camera. They didn't know they were being recorded. The other one took a little letter opener off the mantle and started stabbing the bear. And you got damage to property. There's a lot of them that are constantly doing trespassing just so they can get their content.
Or don't abide by the rules.
Well, yeah, that's on there. That was number one. Prime example, the Bell Witch Cave. The same people I'm talking about, along with an Urbex Explorer. They went to the Bell Witch Cave. The owner said, you can interview us out here. You can video out here. Once you go in, past that metal gate, no cameras whatsoever. They said, okay. They went in, they did their whole thing. Next thing you know, they got past that gate, cameras went on, they filmed the entire thing. But they don't care. They've already got the footage. It's content. It's going to go on YouTube. They don't care if nobody else can go there. And Bell Witch Cave basically shut down because of what they did. So, questions? No question. Wow. Okay. So do note, we do have our books here. Paula has her book. I have my book. Ghost hunting, sensationalism, and social media. There are 13 books. This one is my second book. This one goes deep. This is The Ghost Movement, Exploration into the Power of Suggestion. What I mean by that is 99.95% is human being can be explained, and the other percent might be paranormal. Talking about the Ouija board, dowsing rods, things of that nature. And of course, you've got hers with the 21 stories of both tales in McCracken County. Interesting story. Read all about the investigations we did. No other questions? All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all so much.
Boy, I've been waiting to cough.
I like have a problem with them posting the videos, like the fake. If they actually said this is just fake for entertainment. You know?
Yeah, they need to put on there, this is just entertainment
An
only.
issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they are quote unquote entertainers. They're not paranormal investigators.
I mean, they could just say, no, it's just for entertainment and not.
And Tesla is not a decent investigator.
Oh, yeah. What?
Tesla,
No, Tesla, it's a Cybertruck.
both of them have that program in
There's a
it.
guy investigating with a Cybertruck in a cemetery, and he sees something walk up to him, he's like, oh, it's a ghost, let's go talk to it.
I have a question
What?
for, is her name Sabrina?
Sabrina.
Do you think maybe it's not her causing that person to get sick? Is like maybe she's like mourning because they know she's sick and she did.
I don't know, all I know is whoever sees her, if she turns her head towards that person, they get sick.
I just wonder if maybe she's a messenger.
I have no idea, but that's the story that's been told. And it's a story that's been told for years.
Do you guys think that the things are gonna get worse with AI and everything else?
Oh, God, yes. Because it's all the human factor. They've taken away the generality of paranormal. What is paranormal? That's the reason why I took it in and big into history, drama. Find out what the legend is, find out there's any truth, which is what I'm working on now, is finding the truth of that legend. Where I'm actually gonna go back into Sabrina's story and do even more. I'm working on the mayor of that town to see if they will let me take possession of the town for 24 hours, just to walk the streets. And just to see if anybody would experience what everybody has said.
How do you guys go about being popular with social media and that
It depends. For me, it's basically like there's always the pay and play, where you have like Waverly Hills, you pay and play. Octagon Hall's the same way. For me, if I know there's like a story about a location that's being told, I go to talk to the owners. Or if it's a historical society, sometimes you have to go to their board meetings, explain to them, and sometimes they put it on paper along with speaking to you about getting into a location. Field work, just like a logical field work. Go to your courthouse if it's a story of an abandoned building that's in your town that we don't know who the ownership is. You go to your courthouse, you go to your deed area. You research, because that's public record. You can actually go in there and search anybody's deed up, that's public record. And you find out who your owner is, and then you can probably, somebody in that town's gonna know, oh, I know who that person is, you need to get over so-and-so. And
Appreciate it.
It's just different areas and different aspects of trying to find out where you need to go.
And I'm full of questions.
That's fine.
Right, what's your all's favorite piece of equipment currently?
Favorite piece of equipment?
We've been recently using one called a Plasma Box by Extreme Senses. You can actually get real sentences out of it.
Full-fledged.
Yeah, it's like whenever you're at like a location, like a hospital, it'll have something that'll talk to you, I mean, somehow or another, it knows you're in an ER, or it knows that you're a nurse, kind of like with, it knew that you were a nurse, and it starts to do a whole thing like, emergency clock, it was all coming across there. Talked about, you know, the tools they use. Yeah, it's crazy.
We were in a Sonic Lodge, they talked about being associated with Sonic Lodge.
And it doesn't work with Wi-Fi, because I know most ghost apps, if you have your ghost app and you want to go to a location, it will automatically triangulate where you are, search on the internet, and then store that information when you start asking questions. It's gonna be,
Now, is this like something that has words or stored in it, or is it kind of like a spirit box situation?
it has a phonetic dictionary, I guess.
Okay.
But I mean, whenever we use it, there is airplane mode or no Wi-Fi at all.
Yeah.
Only make sure that.
Yeah.
How it works, I have no idea.
As far as handheld type stuff, my favorite is the Eddie, 5,000 rod. I love that. But the other piece is like Eddie, which is basically a EMF.
Temperature and,
It's 3-in-1. So you have it, it's a little box about this big, it has the temperature control on top, and it has the EMF in the middle, and then at the bottom you'll have, the geostorm. Okay. Yeah, you can actually get it at ghost.com. So, yeah, there's something there.
This is 5 right here.
Oh.
Number 66 goes
I don't know where.
There are a lot of other U.S. highways, 60, 68, 127, 27.
Right?
There's I-60.
6:30.
No, I have a great idea. I can make her Deadpool too.
I mean, we have to eat at some point. Do you want to wait till we get home?
What to eat?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Our trips last 3 nights.
I said, do you want to wait till we get home? Or do you want to eat it like same time?
I don't know what to eat though.
Food.
That's something that we want to do.
That's what I vote. Hey.
He was gonna be
People are friends, not food.
I should think about getting an RV.
since I picked the 3 last places already.
Three left places. I picked pizza.
I picked pizza.
I picked pizza. I even picked which pizza place we went to. I even picked specifically which building we went to.
I think I chose. I chose last 3. Because I think I chose on.
No, you didn't choose
I
yesterday.
chose Thursday and I chose yesterday.
Did you put this on me?
So that means I did 2. That means you could do the last one. So you did 1. I did 2.
That's my next
Hey, Lily, what are
project.
you hungry for?
That's what my Western Kentucky book comes out in December. And then my next project is gonna be the Ohio River and how the water is the Ohio River. With
Oh, snap.
I am hungry.
Oh, snap. She wants to grab Dad.
Let's grab that. I want to murder him with my Deadpool. Let's say Deadpool.
I'm doing I've done a lot, probably need to
Let's
start.
grab that.
You all had fun here this weekend?
Oh, yeah. How are you?
Good. Tired, but I'm good.
Stealing another piece of candy. This big. It's probably all the way at the bottom. I'm trying to get you a piece of candy. I'm trying to take a piece of candy. I just wanted a piece of candy. Oh. Me first. Yeah. Got all the non-candy stuff, so I can see it again. Do you prefer my back in here or do you put it
I'll put the cup.
2,400. Oh, that's close.
Taking out all the non-candy items. Slim Jim.
Oh, yeah.
Trash.
Come find out the house that we bought.
More trash because Lynn's been eating candy even though I told her not to eat anymore.
I can't help it.
Yes, you can.
I can't help it. I can't.
Because you can eat candy all day and then you're going to be hyped up and then you're not going to eat dinner. And then we're going to buy you dinner.
His mom passed.
I can make it go. I can make it go.
Run from the kitchen to the diner.
Lady Deb will already exist. Played by Blake Lively.
Yeah, I got a lot of
Yeah, not sure.
My campus is not candy because it's digging in the way.
We're upstairs in,
Finding out this is not candy because it should be kind of candy I'm gonna steal this Tootsie Roll Pop. This chocolate Tootsie Roll Pop.
Oh, I run the Oklahoma Journal Association.
Hear me? I took it out for me. I didn't took it out for you. If I know you were gonna take it, I would have chosen something else.
I did it back. Nah, I'll be
Do you know
alright.
how many times you've eaten my candy? And you eat all of it. You only eat one piece. Gummy bears.
That's the weekend.
It wasn't like it like that here. I'm gonna do a piece of candy. That's what they're gonna
That's fair. Okay, well, we have our last seminar of the weekend. Ms. Tanya McCoy talks about, well, the kicks on Route 66 ain't what you're getting. It's the hauntings. So hauntings on Route 66, a coast-to-coast highway. So you need anything else? Okay, I'll leave the door open for possible traffic that comes in along the way.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm just getting my notes in order because I'm scattering. Do you want to have this? Hi, Carlos.
Give me a minute. You come over here and get him out of the non-candy bag. Yes, I realize it technically that chocolate lollipop thing could be done as candy, but it was big and it was in the way. So I was.
Is anybody in here do guys time? Actually, we don't want to go time?
You don't like peanut M&Ms, right?
All right, so I am Tanya McCoy. I am the founder of the Oklahoma Paranormal Association. I run our local paranormal conference in our state, and I'm one of the authors that wrote one of the states for Route 66. So we have different authors that actually have written for Haunted Route 66 with our publisher, which is Arcadia Publishing, and mine is Oklahoma. So most of the stories I'm going to talk about is Oklahoma. I will tell about a few others along the way that I personally have been to. So if you guys have questions, feel free to stop, raise hands, tell me whatever. What kind of brought you guys here today? I mean, for the ghosty stuff. I know what brought everybody up for this out here, but are you guys just interested in the paranormal? Just like the scary stories? It's a lively group, y'all, lively. Okay, so Route 66. It's one of the most famous highways here in the United States. It was started back in the early 1900s. We actually will hit our centennial on 2026, will be 100 years old. So by that time, we're hoping to actually have a book for every state that's going to be coming out. The span of the states actually goes across 8 states. It goes almost 25,000 miles, or 2,500 miles. It starts up in Chicago, Illinois, and it ends in Santa Monica, California. Has anybody in here ever traveled the whole route yet? Looking forward to traveling it every time? It is a great trip, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of back roads, you have to really be careful when you're mapping out because a lot of the main highway has been changed. So the highway system, actually the upkeep system started in the 1800s, but Route 66 started in 1926 era. It was started after World War I. One of the big generals during the war looked at our roads and said, these roads are crap, we need a bigger one. So they formed that one. Now, mind you, our roads are still crap, but 66 is great and has a lot of great history associated with it. So this major highway was built. Now, coming from Oklahoma, which I'm originally born in California, raised part in California, raised part in Texas. I can boast a little bit about Oklahomans. So the father of Route 66, Mr. Avery, was actually from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He is the one who pushed for the Route 66 to come through our state and actually helped commission the whole entire stretch of it. Now, when they launched the Route 66, we had what was called a foot race at that time. And they had this really big reward of, so much money for whoever could actually run the entire 66. And it was in Oklahoma that won it. He got the big money for it, and the route was officially opened. Now, during that time, you gotta think of prohibition. So that's where a lot of our ghost stories are gonna come from. We have Chicago linking to California. What better way for bootleggers to run illegal alcohol, especially through the dry counties? So that's what it really became known for as well. The other big time in history is, of course, the Dust Bowl. Oklahoma, once again on the map, because it was full of dirt. Due to, over our, I can't talk, y'all. I can't get the word out of my mouth. Too many crops, not enough trees. Okay, caused the Dust Bowl, basically in a nutshell. We didn't have enough soil, grass, trees to hold all the dirt in. It became a huge thing. Oklahoma is actually a bowl. So we're surrounded by states. Everything from every state comes in. So during the Dust Bowl, it really killed our state. Of course, we also had the major depression going on at the time. So thanks to the book, The Grapes of Wrath, actually really put Oklahoma and Route 66 on the map. It became a major highway for those who lost everything. So you got to think during that time, these people lost so much of their livelihoods. We have stories that happened in Oklahoma during that time where a father killed his entire family because he couldn't hear them cry about starving anymore. So he poisoned them and then poisoned himself. Of course, he didn't die. He survived it, went to prison, did die in prison. That was in Sahola, whole other story. But all of that took place. So you have all of this horrible things that just occurred. Also during this time, you have the other people going along, Bonnie and Clyde. They show up in some of our stories too. So I'm gonna kind of just give you hits on different little towns. Like I said, since I'm from Oklahoma, I've written 9 books now in Oklahoma. I'm gonna share a lot of that history for you as well. But if we're gonna start off in Chicago, which is where it officially starts, even though it really didn't, it officially started in Oklahoma. And then went up and then went out. You have your downtown Chicago. What do we know for downtown Chicago? We have the Valentine's Day Massacre. So that building is no longer there. We did make a trip up for another festival last year, I think, that we went up to Chicago. I did try to find the location. That building is not there anymore, but it is still located on that site, and people do still report ghostly activity in that area. After Chicago, you're going through all of your Illinois. You've got several that are happening in that location as well. Didn't really get a lot of those down. You get to Kansas. Now, Kansas is the smallest portion of Route 66. It expands 11 miles. That's it. 11 miles. It's considered, at the time, it's probably worse now, or not as bad now, but at that time, it was considered one of the bloodiest parts of Route 66. That happened because in 1937, there was a mining strike between two mining towns. Kansas has mining. Who would have thunk it? I didn't. Evidently, Oklahoma does too. I didn't know that either. I was actually researching Virginia mining because my grandpa worked in a coal mine. I thought, oh, that'd be really cool. Started looking at Oklahoma, huge mining area, and actually one of the worst for major disasters. And then Kansas popped up. I'm like, odd, okay. Well, during that time, they had this huge fight between the union and the workers. 5,000 union card people showed up. Another thousands of the actual workers showed up. There was peaceful, and I'll just say peaceful, arguing, and then somewhere a gunshot went off, and all of a sudden, guns and bullets are flying everywhere. 11 people were injured, only one person died, but they still consider that one of the deadliest parts of Route 66. Oklahoma, yeah, that's when we get really, really crazy. So you gotta think Oklahoma, of course, was Indian Territory at the time, or just after state was 907, but Indian Territory before that. So we have all of that area that had a lot of things going on. It's a very blood-drenched state. When you go into Oklahoma, Oklahoma is the second state that holds the largest number of miles of the 66. It literally crosses our entire state. So when you go in, your first place you're going to go to is actually a town called Miami. It's spelled like Miami, but it's Miami because we're Oklahoma. Between there and Joplin will be another one I'll talk about for you, but between Miami and Joplin, there's a place on the road that has spook lights. Have you ever heard of the spook lights there before? So it's a back road, kind of back in that area off 66. If you go in, you'll actually see lights that'll show up that are coming from nowhere. There's not headlights, there's not street lights. You'll see them actually moving, and then they'll just dissipate. So it's a very famous place for a lot of people to stop. It's a good stop if you're in there at that nighttime to check that out. Joplin, Missouri is just on the other side of Miami in the Missouri area. Now in Joplin, there's a lot of different history with that. Now, if you guys remember, there was a huge tornado that came through 10 or 12 years ago, I think. It was pretty large. There's a place that used to be there. It is now a private residence, so don't go looking, but it was Prosperity Bed and Breakfast. Prosperity Bed and Breakfast was an old school. It was built in the early 1900s, 2-story, 4 rooms upstairs, and then some multiples down. This thing had been converted into a bed and breakfast, and we lived there. We actually stayed there several times. Got several different anomalies that showed up. We had footsteps going down the stairs and actually caught a mist of someone coming down them. I've also had pictures of faces that have showed up in some of the windows downstairs. Now, how many people remember My Ghost Story? That show? Travel Channel, Sci-Fi? Okay. My Ghost Story came out around 2010 era, right in there. We filmed our episode of that one, I want to say it was in 2012, for Prosperity. And it just had tons of activity that would happen there. We actually were in one of the rooms one night, and someone came up and started pushing our pillow. And it's like you could feel the pillow, you could see the pillow, but you couldn't see anybody physically pushing it. There's also a little boy that haunts the building. We've actually seen him hiding underneath the desk, and he's probably about 5 or 6 years old. Very interesting, and you just be there. Another woman that haunts there, her name is Rose. She present herself, will smell like the rose perfume, the old timey. And she was a teacher at Prosperity when it was a school. So there are still several that haunt the Prosperity area. The latest would have been the owner that we knew. We knew the owners pretty well. At that point, we did some murder mysteries and things in the building. And after the wife passed away, I think she stayed around because she actually started interacting with us after. So I'm hoping she's passed on because she was a lovely lady and another nurse, and I'm a nurse, so we just connected, but hopefully she's passed. Back in Oklahoma, the other ones I want to talk about, Tulsa, I'm going to try to hit some of the main cities that I know most people will go to. There's a place there called the Brady Theater. It's no longer the Brady. It actually was changed because it was named after a very well-known Ku Klux Klan member. So they've changed the name since then, especially after they found out about Black Wall Street. How many people have learned about Black Wall Street? I haven't learned yet. Okay. Black Wall Street happened in Tulsa in 1921. It was a major massacre that took place. Black Wall Street was the section of town African Americans owned. They actually made their own town within a town, and they were very prosperous. They were very wealthy. They had beautiful cinemas, stores. These people drove great cars, and of course, there were people that were jealous. So one young lady claimed that she was getting on the elevator and a young African American male advanced on her. He was arrested and he was taken to jail. A mob came. That later ensued to where a huge mob gathered together. They all marched into Black Wall Street area and they set the entire place on flames, burnt them to the ground, killed them in the streets, men, woman, and child. And then their bodies were all buried in a mass grave. Just recently, they found a mass grave, and they've started renovation, pulling them out, getting them properly buried. And now Oklahoma has actually admitted and put it into their history books because it was hidden, because, shame. But now that acknowledgement's there. The Greenwood District has been taken back over again by the descendants of some that survived, and is becoming a thriving area again. So there is still a lot of history that has happened in that area. There's still a lot of hauntings. You got to think, these are children that were giving their stories when this first really started coming out that are now grown adults. One of the ladies, I think, was 101 when she was telling her story of how she was in the house and these mobs came. So just horrific things that occurred. Now, the Brady Theater is not located in the Greenwood District. It's about 1 mile off the 66, but here is their connection. The victims were actually taken to the theater and left there. Their bodies were used as a temporary morgue in this location. So that is now full of a lot of residual. There was also another folklore about a haunting from there, and it was a opera man who came to Oklahoma, a very famous Italian opera man, and he caught a cold when he was here. And then later on, he died. So now they're blaming basically Oklahoma for his death and saying that he still haunts the theater there as well. Now, I do have another paranormal investigator friend who works there, and she has told me several incidences she's had with doors opening and closing, shadow figures, disembodied voices, all within the Brady Theater. It still functions as a major event center. They still have major concerts and everything in that. So it has a lot of history. It's still got a lot going on. Miami, the other town I was just talking about, has another famous haunting there. Miami actually was visited by Bonnie and Clyde. Pretty Boy Floyd is there. They went into Miami, spent some time, then they went into another small town which is very locally to it. In that time, they shot one of the deputies. They kidnapped the sheriff. They actually released the sheriff down the road. But some of their spirits are still said to kind of linger along. Now, they also claim in Joplin that Bonnie and Clyde's spirits are still there because they lived in Joplin as well. So a lot of that cross traffic between Miami and Joplin is supposedly haunted by some of the Bonnie and Clyde reports. Next town I want to talk about is Sepulpa. Sepulpa is actually going to be my next book coming out. So when we're investigating Sepulpa area for the Route 66 book, several things came up. One of the things that came up, there's the museum there. It used to be an old hotel. While investigating the hotel, we actually had some different things that we do. So we have runner lights that you can go and if you touch them, they'll light up here and they'll not be lit over here. But you can tell when they're lighting. And then other different pieces of equipment. I did bring a few pieces you guys are welcome to come look at. Okay, and I'll kind of explain to you how they work and everything else. But one of the spirits we contacted that night was of a woman who stayed at the hotel. She played billiards. She was a huge gambler with the billiards. And it talks about basically she hung herself. Now, that's the report, is that she hung herself. And supposedly wrote a suicide note that says, I want to be buried as I lived, as a woman. So it was a male who became a woman back in that time. So speculation is probably murder, because it was very suspicious. But they did interact with us, and she told us a lot of the history, and we were able to actually verify it through the museum curator of what actually happened there. So that's a really good one there. There was another place in Sepulpa, it's called the Bearded Lady. It's a little hair shop, barber shop. There we actually got the spirit of a bootlegger and one of the sheriffs. And what I saw, and didn't know the history until we went back and verified it, but I literally saw kind of like a lawman being shot to the chest, and then I saw him hit the wall and kind of slide down. And mind you, when I say I saw it mentally. So that means I'm mental, I'm saying. But we did actually verify there was a shootout there, and it was between a bootlegger, it was between the authorities and a sheriff that actually died in that building, and you can actually still kind of see the bullet hole through one of the doors, the glass doors. A little further down is another town called Kellyville. Kellyville is a very tiny, tiny backroads town. If you can find it, it has one of the most horrific train accidents in the United States. It actually caused some of the laws for the trains and how they were built, the passenger trains. It changed the law for that. So the train wreck happened in 1917. There was a train full of young adults, teenagers coming from one town going into Sepulpa for a big football game. They were all riding this train. There was another train coming from one of the forts, and it had just dropped off a big group of soldiers. Mind you, this is right after World War I era. So just dropped them off. It's coming back. They signaled the other train, the passenger train, I need you to pull to the side so this train can come through. So they did. But what they failed to tell them was there was two trains coming through, not one. So the second train went through, and it had head-on collision, full speed, with the passenger train. Now you think about the old trains that have the big smokestacks, that have, the wood stacks and everything behind it, steam. The two trains hit. Now the conductors and the firemen, that are the two that are in the front, saw it happening. They couldn't stop, so they jumped off. They jumped train, and the train went full force head on. Train number one's engine actually flew over the other, hit the wood, and then hit into what's called the Jim Crow pile. How many know what Jim Crow is? Segregation again, guys, segregation. So Jim Crow was only for African Americans, and they were always separated. That car actually took the blunt hit. Now back then, those cars were made of wood. So this thing splintered, absolutely splintered apart. 32 died in that car. It gets horrific from there. Not only did it do that, but I don't know how she's gonna get, it's kind of gory. Okay, sorry, there was a little young girl, but when the trains hit, it actually came and cut them off here. So the seats were here, it cut everything off and cut them in half. There were bodies crawling from underneath the train, literally with their entrails hanging out. They were picking up body parts and putting them in baskets for days. That's how hard it was, stuck in everywhere. That was one train site. Since then, we no longer have wooden passenger trains because it cannot withstand that workforce. There are reports about people that are further back that came to help, things they saw, the screams, the moans, everything that happened. One of the train conductors ended up killing himself later because of how bad he had felt, how much he had seen. I mean, there's no way he could have, stopped it from happening. Now, we have found that location and we've gone out to that trestle. And we've actually had things come across through the ghost radio, some of our equipment, and we actually held a few conversations with some of the spirits that still linger there. So the ghostly train evidently is still happening on that trestle. And it is a little setback, but it's findable if you know what you're looking for. Another story, somebody about to keep talking. Another story I'm going to tell you actually connects the majority of the states. This story is about a man by the name of Billy. They actually called him Cock-Eye Cook Billy because he had kind of a weird lazy eye that went up so he had a really bad nickname. He was originally from Joplin, Missouri. He had moved to California and was hitchhiking on his way back. Now, while he was hitchhiking, he stopped in Oklahoma, because everything evidently happens in Oklahoma. And the Moser family, who was from Illinois, was traveling to Albuquerque to go visit family. And they met this hitchhiker along the way, and they picked him up. So he rode with them for a little while. Now, mind you, they were going the opposite direction. Family of 5. It was a military man, his wife, and 3 children. And he rode with them, and then he murdered them. He drove with their bodies, dead, in the car. The youngest was 2 years old. Drove them up into Joplin, found the old mine number 9, dumped their bodies into it, and then drove their car back to Tulsa and abandoned their car in Tulsa. All of this is happening on the 66. This was in 1951, New Year's Day. This poor family met their fate just by offering a hitchhiker a ride. So, number 9 in Joplin, if you can locate it, it's kind of hidden. It is a little harder to find. There's supposedly stuff that is still attached, but I mean, no 5 bodies stuffed in it. So. And of course, Joplin's full of limestone. Any questions so far? Am I talking too fast? Good. The next big city I talk about is Oklahoma City. We have a ton in Oklahoma City. I actually wrote Haunted Oklahoma City, that's in my books. But I'm only going to talk about one location in Oklahoma City, and that is the Speakeasy. Back in the day, it was actually called the Kentucky Club. It was owned by a bootlegger and a bookie by the name of Anthony Tony Manners. It was always kind of on the watch. Now, at that time, that was actually on the outskirts of Oklahoma City. It is deep in Oklahoma City now. During that time, I mean, we'd have government officials, police, everybody was involved. They were all dirty. Let's just face it, it's true. And they would go, and they would hang out at the Speakeasy. Some of the things that we noticed when we investigated, when I first walked in, I kind of saw this big burly guy standing back by the fireplace area. And I would later find out who he was. And then there was a couple of other little ones that we could see. There was one kind of at the front door that looked like a bouncer. The one by the fireplace is named Russell. So Russell actually was a bouncer during that time. And he was killed right there at that fireplace. Now, I did not know any of this until later when I started investigating and really digging into the history of it. But he was shot at the fireplace area. Russell is not very nice. Russell would actually take glasses at the bar and crash them against the wall, and it would cut some of the employees. He was not good. The other one that we have, and we actually got an EVP of this one. If you don't know what an EVP is, it's an electric voice phenomenon. It shows up on an audio recorder that we can't hear with our ears. The story with that one is a woman was there with her lover. She was cheating. She got found out by her jealous husband, and he decapitated her in the basement. Now, we do have audio of a woman screaming in the basement. And people have said they've seen her walking around. And this basement, it's a smaller basement. It's kind of like a dirt pool that goes up in, but it's very active down in that area. The next town I'll talk about is El Reno. So El Reno, how many people know about the land run? Yeah, if you're not from Oklahoma, so you probably, unless you really studied it in history books. So the land run basically was brought in after the Dawes Act. So the Dawes Act brought all the Native Americans, basically took them from all the different states and squished them into one state. The one state they didn't think they wanted, right? Oklahoma. So they put them all pretty much in this tiny little area and put them on reservations. The more the white settlers started to move west, they decided, hey, we really want to open this land up. So they started the land runs. They would say, free land, come over here and get this. So these people would come by the thousands, and they'd line up, and whoever could reach this stake, this flag, gets that land for free. And we're talking thousands of acres. So they had all these huge land runs that would occur. El Reno was the kickstart. Okay, it had Fort there, it had the town El Reno, which was actually kind of split and moved a little bit. But this was all this area was managed by the El Fort. So El Reno has a lot of history with that. They also have a major Indian reservation, which has a lot of things that happen up in Concho. And you got to think back in that time, even our president at the time said the only good Indian's a dead Indian. And that's quoted. That's exactly how they treat it. So Oklahoma is just based in blood with everything that happened. How many people saw flowers coming? Anybody? You saw that either? The big massacre of the Indians for their oil that occurred back in the 1920s? Okay. So during that time, you gotta think like all of this stuff is happening. Fort Reno is where the landrun started back in 1889. And it just kind of happened. We actually have 7 landruns, and most people don't even realize there's 7 landruns. People in Oklahoma don't realize there's 7 landruns. But the big one happened in 1889. That was pre-statehood that actually helped bring Oklahoma into statehood. So El Reno has a lot of haunted locations in it. One of the places we investigate there quite often is the law office. Now, originally it wasn't a law office. It was a saloon and a brothel, on top of a few other things. The 3rd floor of the building is the worst. That is the one we've got a ton of activity up in. And the women in the night do show up. We've had them show up in imaging. We've had them show up on EVPs. We've actually had people touched, pushed, made sick, made scared. There's disembodied voices that have been heard, and we've actually seen full body apparitions in the building. It is extremely active. Most of it does go back to that time. And you gotta think, a lot of things happen in these brothels. You know, if a woman ended up pregnant, they took care of it in the brothel, literally. And we've actually had that stuff come across and talk about it, how things were dealt with. Fort Reno itself is extremely haunted. Fort Reno stayed as a fort over the Indian nations for a long time, and then it actually, during World War I, World War II, was turned into the cavalry. So they would actually, the cavalrymen from World War II, those forces and those men were basically trained in El Reno. It's a huge thing. So we have a lot of hauntings from that too. We have soldiers that were killed on spot. We have, there is actually an Indian guide that still haunts his little house that he has on the fort. The officers' quarters is still extremely haunted. We've actually had people scratched and hit there. The building next to it, which is now the Cavalry Museum, actually burnt down, and 2 children died in that one. And those 2 children are still roaming and still singing in that building that was built around it. They actually go and play in the buildings, and people have reported that. There's also a Victorian building or Victorian house that a lady in white will show up in and descend the stairs down. You'll see her often. And then the old mission, which was built in the 1940s, has a lot of activity. Now, in the 1940s, they actually kept German prisoners of war there, and they actually still have some of those buried to this day on that property, to where their relatives will travel from Germany to come visit graves. It was these gentlemen that actually built the mission while they were there, and a lot of them chose to stay because they didn't want to go back to Germany. So they stayed here. And they made a beautiful little mission, which is extremely haunted. We have, I was in the building by myself one day and audibly heard somebody in heavy boots walking upstairs. We were doing one of our paranormal conferences there. Everybody had exited. I went upstairs thinking somebody else came in, and there was literally nobody there. Just not at all. Jumping to, how many people have been to Amarillo? Oh, y'all gotta travel. Y'all gotta travel. Do you know how much stuff is out there? Okay. Amarillo, the 66 cuts across the panhandle, the top. Okay, now I'm from Amarillo too. I went to college there actually. When I left California, I went to college in Texas. And then got my nursing degree in Amarillo. So it's very well known to that area. But one of the places downtown is probably one of my favorite hotels to visit, and it's called the Barfield Hotel. Now, the Barfield Hotel was built by a person by the name of M.D. Oliver. M.D. Oliver was one of the most wealthiest people in Amarillo, Texas. And that's saying a lot at that time. Amarillo was booming at this time. You got oil fields, you got everything happening. Andy Oliver was richer than some of the banks. The banks would actually come take loans from this person. The funny thing was, it was a woman. And back then, they wouldn't borrow money for a woman. A woman shouldn't have money. She was one of the most wealthiest women, actually almost in the US at that time. She built this hotel. Now, you gotta think with this woman, she is very independent. She's very headstrong, which is why I like her. Not gonna lie. So much so, she spoke against prohibition, or spoke against drinking during the prohibition times, but she had a speakeasy in the basement. And it's still there. So if you want to go into the old speakeasy, you have to go down and pull this knob, which is an old cigarette dispenser, and a secret panel opens for you to go into your speakeasy. How many people watched, what was the one that Sam Elliott just did? Was it 1889, the Texas 1889 one? So Sam Elliott was actually there filming a few years ago, which is why I went there, because I was trying to catch it. Not gonna lie, I love Sam Elliott. Anyway, they were at this bar in this hotel and hanging out there. So this woman during that time was speaking out against bootlegging and alcohol, yet she had a big one in her basement. So much so that the Chicago mob bosses would actually travel. 66, they would travel from Chicago to kidnap her. They would try to kidnap this woman. So she started wearing 2 6-shooters on her hips. Everywhere she went, she had 6-shooters on her. So anywhere you go in the hotel, you'll actually look down and you'll see 6-shooters put into the floors to honor her. And to this day, she supposedly still haunts that hotel. But it is a very, really cool, it's just an amazing place to go visit if you ever need to stop. It's beautiful. So she still hasn't given up her hotel to this day. She still rules the roost basically there in Amarillo. Check time. We're almost to New Mexico, y'all. Are y'all asleep yet? Albuquerque, New Mexico. Have anybody ever been there? Have you been to Old Town? Finally one. Yes. Okay. Old Town, New Mexico. Seen the old chapel? Very haunted. You know the ghost story? No. Okay. You feel it when you walk in there, right? You walk in, it's like, I don't know. Oh, okay. You walk into that place and it's like you're not alone. And it's like quiet during the day. You can walk in. I get my holy water from there whenever I go through. I'll fill up my holy water with that. But this thing was built in like the 1700s. It's an old Spanish mission. It's absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. The story behind that is there's a woman in black that will be seen. She'll just manifest out of nowhere. She walks in, she'll sit on the bench, she'll do her prayers, and then you'll just hear her sobbing, and then she'll just disappear. So supposedly she is one of the ghosts. There are several others that are said to haunt, and that downtown is intense. If you ever get down there, several of the buildings are haunted. But that one is my favorite to go to, right there. Flagstaff, Arizona. Hotel Monte Vista. This is a great hotel to visit. It's an old home. I have stayed there on one of my later trips a few years ago. One of the rooms is said to be haunted is 305. It was haunted by a better gambler at that time, kind of the mob boss. 306 was the prostitutes' rooms, and they were murdered there. So there were actually murdered prostitutes in 306. They were connected, go figure. Another room is 220. I believe that was the one I stayed in. And the stories behind that is when you walk in there, it's so cold, it's like walking into a meat locker. And it really is. But the man who lived there actually was a meat cutter and hung meat in that room. And then ended up dying in that room. So supposedly he still haunts. He messes with the lights, he messes with the temperature. And it will continuously just stay freezing cold in that room. He would hang big chunks of meat, just raw meat from the chandelier. Another spirit that is known is a ghostly apparition of a man who would greet guests, but he was actually an old bank robber who had passed away. But he still greets guests when they come in by the front desk area. Talk about Missouri. California, there's several places along the California. It's really not a lot of time to go into, but one of the things I want to talk about is a gentleman that was actually from Oklahoma that ended up in California. But he ended up there as a mummy. He died. So he was an outlaw in Oklahoma. He got into a shootout, and his body was taken to the mortician. Now, he was a very well known at the time. The mortician couldn't get the family to come claim his body, so he propped him up and sold photos. He charged people to come in and see this body, and he held him there, and this for a very long time, at his actual funeral. So it became so popular. Two gentlemen came in. They claimed to be the cousins, and they took his body. And then they took it to California. Well, they took it to a sideshow they had and used him as a sideshow attraction. And then later, his body was bought as a sideshow attraction in California, down at the pier in San Juan. And that's where he stayed for several more decades. This is where it gets twisted. They kept adding wax to him. How many people have seen the movie, that Wax House? Maybe it's bones underneath. This is what happened. So his body was preserved, but still kind of kept up a little bit with the wax. And then he was used on movie props. And he was used in actual movies. If you research the whole history of this, it's insane. His body was actually even used during the foot race that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, his body was used as a sideshow for that too. But he did end up in California, was shown in movies. They found him, I can't remember the exact date, it was late in, it was like 80s or 90s, somewhere there, it was that far up. He was there for over 60 years, this mummy, traveling across the US. He literally went everywhere. A movie production company was fixing props, and that's when one of his finger broke off, and then they realized there was a human in there. And that's when they figured it out. And they started tracing him back to where he came from. And then they located who it was and the fact of, hey, this was actually a human. And so they sent his body back to Guthrie, Oklahoma, and he's now buried in the cemetery there. But he's the most famous mummy in the United States because nobody knew he was real for many, many, many decades. So he's kind of the most traveled mummy. So those are some of the stories for 66. Let me tell you, there's a lot of stories for 66. I hit more in Oklahoma because I'm there all the time. But do you have questions? How many people know what a ghost is? Should I start there? Some of the classes I teach back in Oklahoma, I teach paranormal research 101, and then paranormal research versus quantum physics, and how quantum physics actually plays a big role in paranormal research. The most often asked question is, what is a spirit? So I'm going to bore you with a little quantum physics. This is my own personal theory. Well, quantum physics isn't that, but in quantum physics, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Okay? It can be transferred, but it cannot be created nor destroyed. So when you think about what a spirit is, you got to think of our body. Our body has trillions of cells, and in each little cell has a little battery pack called ATP. That's energy. It's a spark of energy. So all of these little trillion sparks are in your body. How many people have seen the research where they weighed a body right after someone died? You ever seen that one? Okay. One of the things they've done, and as a nurse, and I've worked bedside many a times, I've done many a post-mortem cares. Okay, I've been in the room when my patients have passed, I've held their hands. You know the difference when that person leaves that body. There is a complete shift, you'll feel it. In the hospital rooms, our beds can weigh people. We push a button, once we have it zeroed out, it can give you an exact weight on that person. So they weighed this person before they died, and they weighed this person right after they died. And it's like half a pound, I want to say, 6 ounces, something like that, of weight. I don't want to miss my federal office. So there actually is a weight difference when this person passes. Now, when somebody passes, yeah, they lose body fluids, but it would still be in the bed. So that doesn't explain why there would be any kind of loss of matter. So the theory behind the spirit is it's our energy leaving our body. We're leaving this part, and the energy is moving on into another realm or another section. So that's kind of where we come up with the theory of what spirit is and why a ghost would be. How many people know what different types of spirits and hauntings are? Okay. You guys are gonna get a full little one-on-one on ghosts and stuff here. So you have your photographic haunting. How many people know what a photographic haunting is? Okay, so it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a photograph, guys. So you take your energy, and let's say I always use Gettysburg because I'm a huge Civil War buff. You think about all of the energy that happened at Gettysburg. You've got thousands and thousands of young men scared, not knowing if they're going to live to see the next day. And they're all in this one compact area. You know, you have your limestone, you have your water sources, you have everything you can possibly have to set the right mode. Now, if anybody knows anything about photography, okay, you know how they had the old flashes originally, okay, and it would go onto that film? Same kind of thing, you think of the atmosphere. So the atmosphere has that right element, and then you have all this hyped up energy. It literally takes a photograph, and it makes you kind of see the same thing happen over and over again. So when you see a group of soldiers marching along the field, that can be photographic haunting. It's just showing you kind of what happened over and over again. It's like you were watching a film. Now, if you watch the same group of spirits walking, and all of a sudden one turns to you, looks at you, and just starts to walk towards you, that actually makes that spirit intelligent. That means it's an actual ghost. So a photographic haunting is not a ghost. It's not an actual spirit lingering around. It's not we call an intelligent ghost. It's just a photograph. The intelligent haunting is when they start to interact with you, or they do something out of the ordinary, away from the ordinary what we normally see. When they start to interact, that means they're a spirit. So how many people watch Ghosts with Patrick Swayze? Okay, everybody smiles with that. You gotta have Patrick too. So you think about Ghost. When he first passes away, and he's mad and he's swinging, he's just flying through the sky, right? He's just going everywhere. He's an intelligent haunting. He's there. He can see, he can hear, he just can't move anything yet. And then he sees the one ghost on the subway kicking that can. He's like, dude, how do you do that? He's like, you focus your energy and you push, right? So now Patrick Swayze can move things. Well, guess what? Patrick Swayze is now a poltergeist. Technically, he's really not. He's still just an intelligent spirit who can move energy. But then you go on to what is called poltergeist haunting, and you have two different types of poltergeist hauntings. You have the intelligent spirit that, like Patrick, has learned how to kick a can, right? He can now move things, and poltergeist just means noisy ghost. Your other type is actually not a ghost at all. It's usually a hormonal teenager, or in my case, young adult, still acts like teenager hormonals, that can actually move things because of their own body and energy. So they're actually pushing it with their own energy. How many people have been here ever gone to do energy work or had anybody do like healing techniques with their energy, things like that? Okay, it's a thing. So basically, what I tell people is I have them close their eyes and then take your hand here, and the minute you start to feel it get close to your nose, you'll feel that boundary, right? You'll feel that shift. That's your energy pushing off. So when you think about even atoms together, this is not a solid surface, even though we perceive it as being solid. It's atoms pushing off of each other, but there's never anything actually connecting. So it's the same thing when you do your hand in front of your face. You're feeling that energy pressure. And it's like when you walk into a room, that's what you feel. So when you have poltergeist activity usually brought on by a very emotional person or a teenager that's going through everything, I've had people call me and say, my garage door just keeps going up and down and we can't figure it out. We changed the batteries, we did this. And I'm like, do you have a teenager? Yeah. Are they going through emotion? Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Tell them to calm down. And then it stops. It's like, oh, okay. So they're literally setting that stuff off. They're setting their own EMF. They're making their own EMF boost themselves, just their energy. So just be ready. There's a young teenager, or not teenager. Be ready. It can happen. It can literally make things happen. My oldest daughter, when she gets emotional, she'll shut my Wi-Fi down every time. Kills it. She'll just shut it off. So that's a poltergeist. It doesn't mean it's a ghost. It doesn't mean it's a haunting. It just means it's a hormone. And then your last and final, of course, is really your demonics. Those are far and few between. Okay, when you hear them, everybody claiming this is demonic. No, there are set numbers of demonics, and they're very far and few between. So that one's a completely different. Now, I will tell you, some of the demonics we worked, flies are not a joke, y'all. When you see that stuff, flies. The house it's these people, didn't matter how much they cleaned, with piles of flies in their house, at least 6 inches deep every time. So it's insane with that. Other than that, that's kind of your basic hauntings. Any questions? Y'all just want to look at equipment? He's sitting over there grunting, so he's like, equipment geek. I just brought a few of them, but you're welcome, like I said, to come up and look. I have a house full of haunted. I was gonna try to actually bring some, I thought about it. I even have a piece of the real bombing, the Oklahoma City bombing, that when we have it, we actually get information off of it. We've had a lady come through and tell us that, she gave us her location. She was leaning out the window when the bomb went off. And she said the window came down, or she was leaning out a window, but she got decapitated. And so this piece of mortar that came off, it was part of the granite floor from the building. It was gifted to me by my patient's dad. So I'm a pediatric nurse. And he gifted me this big piece. And he was in the military at the time. He was part of the cleanup crew. And I had asked him, I said, hey, let me ask you something. When you were working the Oklahoma City bombing, this piece you gave me, this is what it's giving us. I mean, you could literally, people could hear like the screams. Anybody that got around it would hear screams and everything happening. You could still feel the energy coming off that granite. I said, this woman came across and she told us she was decapitated. I don't remember hearing anything. He goes, so basically what it was, the woman was in the building across the street and she had leaned out the window and the ball went off and the window came down and decapitated. And that piece that he had given me was actually covered in blood originally. He cleaned it, thank goodness, before he gave it to me. But so we still get a lot of energy. So you have that attachment to objects. I keep bringing them home. He doesn't like them. That's the husband, sorry. And things happen. You have transient spirits that come through. You know, your house doesn't have to be haunted for a transient. For a transient spirit, it's just someone that comes in. If you have any kind of psychic ability, that thing's gonna be drawn to you like a moth to a flame. So, I mean, he didn't believe in ghosts before we got married. I'm pretty sure he does now. And we were in bed one night and our TV turned on. And I looked over at him and I'm like, hey, did you turn the TV on? And he's like, no. And I look over and the TV remotes are on my side. And I know I didn't turn it on. And so I looked up in my doorway, there was this dark shadow standing there, and I'm like, dude, I'm trying to sleep, and you turn it off, and the TV went off, just like that. You get used to it after a while. At first, it's all exciting and goosies, and then after a while, it's just like, stop, I need to sleep now. So, those are my stories. And if you guys have questions on here, come on, you look at what equipment I did bring in the car. I didn't want to try to pack a whole lot because we're traveling for the next few weeks to different haunted locations, so I will be doing a vlog of that with some haunted travels. But other than that, if you guys have questions, like I said, I'm here. Come on up if you want to see the equipment, and I'm done. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it. Something like that. I have my phone on the silks.
Go, honey, let's go around this way so we don't step on the laptop.
Do they have a contest for the best dress?
No, there was a kid there that had this really awesome predators. Animated predators.
Really?
It was really nice.
These are some of your best. Your paintings right now. But this is the one that just don't like us. So remember I told about the kind of energy levels? If you get around, like even some of my haunted objects will take these and light it up like crazy. The only bad thing is that your cell phone will light it up too. So if you're using it, you have to be careful with that. You're welcome to get whatever you want out of here. This is another camera, it's another version, same thing. And this is another, this one looks like it actually looks nice. You can actually adjust your kid's body. This, which I don't have my antenna right now. You guys watch the shows?
Yes, she does.
No?
She watches the grandfather.
Oh, yeah, she watches. She watches everything.
Which is what?
He really likes ghost hunters.
So this is the right chaser. Okay, this is Chris and Mike. They're the ones I usually have out on the events. So. I did have one, get ready to start another one, and that's going to be the Haunted Travels. And so if you, I'll give you my card. We'll shoot lives when we investigate sometimes too.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to take Route 66 next year. This year we went up to like the Badlands and Yellowstone. And, yeah,
We went to a prison.
we went down to a prison, had a look up prison.
I can't remember.
Was it Mansfield area?
It was Wyoming down.
Oh, Wyoming.
Yeah, down there.
Was it in Deadwood area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Deadwood, no. I don't remember. We passed by Deadwood. We went to Deadwood, but it was like rain.
She sort of goes down her house is haunted. My brother said he saw something they didn't know how to work, so. I haven't seen it.
If her third eye's open, then it could be. It should be about the age that it will be.
The only thing I would ever say I had encountered, my mom died when I was very young, and it was shortly after I got home from the hospital. Long story. Anyway, so I was sitting in a room alone, sad, and I got something. I can't remember what it was, and I heard plain as day, right in my ear. My mom like, "They told me to call Eldridge," and I was like.
Yeah, I saw your mind.
So,
what
You know
that's
they go down
called.
your middle name.
I was probably like, I was real sad. I was wishing I had died with her, so.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
So
How old were you when she said that to you?
11.
It's an auto hearing. That means you can hear spirits. When we're talking about different abilities, that's a psychic ability of auto hearing. So the classes I teach you psychic development, how to but yeah, these are your basic millimeters. These are the ones that people know most about. She might do pretty well with she's saying here. She's saying things.
I don't know.
It's just a
It's been
psychic
a couple
flare.
years since she said anything. She would
Yeah,
not.
I gave up telling you because you always said that.
Right, we don't think so. This is where the house was built in 94, but I don't think there's.
But remember I said a multi plane? So if she has abilities, transits can be coming through. So you probably need to start looking at how to do protection and how to block.
Well.
So it's.
We're glad you had a good time.
How to shield it, how to stop it if you want to. I can turn mine off and on.
So we went to this one. We thought it was pretty cool because they were talking about the way they hung people there. They had like a system where you had to.
All right.
It's the phone, it's the phone setting off.
Oh,
Yeah, the phone will set that off.
Really?
Yes, prison.
The abandoned venue
That's in
and
Miami?
then,
Yeah.